There is still time to correct this most grievous misunderstanding, Mr. Carter. The Dagger of Amon Ra must be returned to Egypt.
Stay out of my way, or I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
Surely you can find a way to accommodate everybody's wishes.
Who are you to tell me what I can do with my own property?
Your property? What authority did you have?
The authority of the Egyptian Antiquities Service. So if you don't like it, I suggest you waddle on back to Egypt and complain to your own government.
Would it not be better to work this out diplomatically?
This isn't a case for diplomacy. It's a case for your acceptance of the situation.
It is not just my acceptance at issue, Mr. Carter. Frankly, some of our people are quite upset, moved to take drastic measures if need be.
Are you threatening me, you malodorous little man?
Mr. Carter, there are some who would rather fight back than allow their country to be stripped of its national treasures.
Any fat savage who lays a finger on my exhibit, or threatens me, will find himself in deep trouble. Do I make myself clear?
As clear as the water of the oasis, Mr. Carter.
Be careful with that steamer trunk, young man. It's exceedingly valuable.
It sure is heavy, Mr. Carrington. You got gold bars in here or something?
The contents of my trunk are not your concern. Now be a good lad and take it to my taxi. The Countess is waiting.
New Orleans, 1 week later.
Are you sure you've got everything?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got Sam's address at the paper?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got the money I gave you?
Yes, Daddy. Don't worry.
Put some money in your shoe. New York's a big city, and there's a lot of crime there.
Look, I'm going straight to the paper. What could possibly go wrong?
Let me give you a little more money, just in case.
Dad, I've got to go.
Godspeed, Laura. Call me as soon as you get there.
I'll be fine, Dad. I'm going to make you proud of me.
I already am, honey.
Excuse me, dear, are you a secretary?
Actually, I'm starting a new job as a reporter for the New York Daily Register News Tribune. My name's Laura Bow.
How nice. I'm Irmgard. Is this your first trip to the big city?
Am I that obvious? How could you tell?
By the way you keep glancing out the window, dear. I did the same thing the first time I came to New York. The tall buildings, the people rushing around, it was all so exciting. Then I stepped off the train and got mugged.
How awful!
It's the New York experience. Thank you, dear. You're very kind. I've enjoyed traveling with you.
Do you need any help getting home?
No, dear. I'll be fine. Thank you.
You're sure you'll be okay?
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodness gracious! My suitcase!
Can you spare a dime, miss?
Certainly, sir. I'm always ready to help those who are less fortunate.
Well, that's just peachy. Give me all your money then.
Excuse me?
Hand it over.
This seems very unfair.
Welcome to New York, kid.
I'm not gonna let a little bad luck ruin my day. Hello, New York. Laura Bow has arrived. My destiny awaits. Nothing can stop me now. I really want to thank you for hiring me, Mr. Augustini.
For hiring you? I don't even know who you are.
I'm Laura Bow. I believe you know my father, John Bow.
Ah, John Bow's daughter. Now I remember. How is he?
He's fine, and he says hello. He wanted to know if you still had that newspaper clipping on your wall about the explosion of the Hindenburg building in New Orleans.
Yes, your father was the first cop on the scene of the explosion, and he let me into the wreckage so I could cover it for the paper. I rescued Rupert Hindenburg from his burning office, wrote about it, and made a name for myself as a reporter. I owe John a lot for that. Think you could handle being a reporter for a big city paper?
I'll do my best, sir.
We usually just hire men for this job. It's rough out there, and you're kinda small.
I can do it, Mr. Augustini. Just give me a chance.
All right, as a favor to my old pal John, but I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
Thank you, sir.
For your first assignment, I want you to write about a burglary. Some kind of fancy knife was stolen from the Leyendecker Museum. I'll arrange for you to attend the fundraiser at 7 o'clock tonight for their new Egyptian exhibit. Everyone will be there. Tell them you're covering the society news so they won't clam up on you.
You won't regret it, sir. I have a nose for news.
Just keep your nose out of trouble. Here's your official notebook and your pencil. It already has Crodfaller's notes in it. Have the story ready by 3 tomorrow, or you're out of a job.
Laura Baines, right?
Laura Bow, sir. And I believe you have the advantage.
Crodfaller Rhubarb, ma'am, though you can call me Rube. So I suppose you've already met Sam.
Yes, he's very colorful.
Don't let him shake you. He's tough on the outside, but inside he's got a heart of stone.
I'm sure he... Pardon me? What did you say?
Never mind, just pulling your leg. Why don't you take this desk right here and we'll get you settled in?
That's very kind of you. Mr. Augustini sort of left me on my own. I have to start on this story about a burglary at the Leyendecker Museum.
You can't go in there. That's the men's lounge.
You glance around curiously, but there's no sign of a ladies' lounge. This is patently unfair. You find a curiously heavy object in the trash. You pick it up and place it in your purse. There's naught but old receipts and crumpled papers in the waste paper basket. This is now your desk. It's very old and looks like it hasn't been cleaned thoroughly in years, but it's sturdy and serviceable. The desk drawer is locked. You only find some lint under... You peel up a corner of the blotter to reveal a small key. You pick it up and place it in your purse. You already have plenty of pencils. It's your official New York Daily Register News Tribune reporter's notebook with index tabs for people, places, and things. You unlock the drawer. Unfortunately, the key permanently jams itself in the lock. Let's hope you never want to lock this drawer again. You pick it up and place it in your purse. A press pass. It reads, Press. Your pants while you wait. Low-Fats Chinese Laundry, 5858 Broadway Avenue, New York. This is the top drawer of your... Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
I hope I'm not intruding. I mean, if you were working on the burglary story.
Miss Bow, please, it is not a problem. Yes, I'd started work on the story, but it's not your fault that it's been reassigned. That's just something I'll have to take up with Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Rube. It must be so thrilling to see your byline on a story.
I rarely get a byline on my obituaries. I seem to be pigeonholed on the obit page.
It must be so...
I rarely get a byline on my obituary.
Aren't you Eddie Bedletter, the syndicated columnist? I'm a great fan of yours, and I've read...
Yeah, I'm busy right now.
I'm so excited to be a member of the Trib staff. After all, I studied journalism in college. I went to Tulane and never thought that my first job out of school would be at a paper as prestigious as this one. I mean, that is unusual, isn't it?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Never mind.
You can't go in there.
I'm never. It must be.
I rarely.
This is now. Don't touch. You already. One notice reads, when covering formal events such as embassy parties, please dress appropriately. We've had complaints about reporters who refuse to dress properly at social events. Don't touch it. One of the notices reads, some of our employees have been asking for a 40-hour work week, as has been proposed by Mr. Henry Ford. This is not an automobile factory, this is a newspaper. News happens 24 hours a day, and we need to report it. One of the notices reads, stolen, 1 Victrola, reward offered, no retribution will be exacted. One of the notices reads, Dr. Darwin DeLoring will be hosting a symposium, Jazz, the Charleston, and Other Sins of Our Times, to be held in the cafeteria next Tuesday. All repentant souls are invited to attend. One notice reads, when covering formal events such as embassy parties, please dress appropriately. It's a car. Don't stray too far in the Big Apple. It's a big... Don't touch...
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
While this is an
To what location would you like to be motivated, madam? I'm terribly sorry, madam, but you're not making any sense.
The corner of 75th Street and Madison Avenue, New York City, home of the world-famous New York Daily Register News. The corner of... Crossing the street here will lead you to the police station. Crossing the street. This feels like the corner of 75th. Crossing. There are no cars coming from busy the corner. There are no cars. A man sleeping under a newspaper. Judging by the strong smell of alcohol, you deem it wise not to light a match in his presence.
Excuse me, sir.
Don't bother me, lady. I'm sleeping.
He's out cold, but he has a tight grip on his newspaper.
Pardon me. I'm looking for some information.
Well, take yourself down to the library then.
Pardon me, Sergeant, but I happen to be a reporter with the Trib.
Oh, well, strike up the band then. Look, lassie, I've been out with my dogs all day, and I hadn't had my lunch. And I got better things to do than to jaw with some slip of a girl reporter. Go on with you now.
Please remember, as of June 15th, 1924, all Indians are now full citizens of the USA. Please respect their rights and privileges. Thank you. Wanted by FBI, Al Capone. Approach with caution. Tickets to the policeman's ball. Needed. Volunteer with aeronautic training. Opportunity for co-pilot on first transatlantic flight. Why wait? There's never been a better time to invest in the stock market. Civil servants qualify for He must be either a plainclothes detective.
Excuse.
Sorry, it's not my precinct.
Well-timed. Let's be careful out there. Please. The paper is full of old news and a valuable coupon. A coupon for a free sandwich from Luigi. You pick it up and place it in your purse. You could be arrested for leaving fingerprints on the clean glass, so don't touch it. There are no The police. There are no
Hot the corned beef, get you.
Is that corned beef lean?
Lean corned beef? This is the leanest corned beef in the city, maybe in the country. So lean the cow, she keep on tipping over. You wanna buy a corned beef sandwich, lady?
I believe I would like a sandwich.
Mamma mia, another coupon. I'm gonna go broke. What a crummy idea I had. That's the last time I advertised in a newspaper.
Take your sandwich and get out of here before I change my mind.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. A woody perennial. The corner of. There are no. Busy. There are no.
You look so hungry. Here, take this.
Sure, this a corned beef sandwich on rye. Bless you, lassie. Don't mind if I do. Sure, and it tastes fresh, too. Mmm.
I know I always feel a little better after I've had something to eat.
There's no denying that, miss. Now, what was it you were wanting to ask me?
I know I always...
There's no denying that.
I know I always feel a little better after I've had...
There's no...
How conversant are you in the intricacies of Egyptology?
Missy, I don't even know what you're asking about.
Are you familiar with the New York Daily Register News Tribune building?
Yes, ma'am, and a fine upstanding building it is, too.
What do you know about a baseball?
I wouldn't want to be getting hit by one.
What can you tell me about John Bow?
Not much, I'm afraid. I know a lot of men named John Doe, but offhand nobody named John Bow.
There are no...
What can you tell me about Sam?
He's a perfectionist. I badmouth him now and then, but, well, he's given me plenty of breaks, so I owe him a few.
Now what's the scoop on the flower shop?
You mean the speakeasy? The flower shop's just a cover. Look for a fella there named of Ziggy. He knows a lot and tends to talk too much.
Who is Ziggy?
He's what we politely call a stool pigeon. Basically, the guy squeals for cash. Amazing that the guy hasn't had his neck broken by now.
What can you tell me?
It's a place to take your laundry.
Were you able to get any leads at all about the burglary at the museum?
No, hadn't been working on the story very long. I went to see Detective O'Reilly down at the police station, but he was pretty tight-lipped. I was planning on talking to Ziggy down at the speakeasy. He's a stoolie, usually good for a tidbit or two.
Any other leads I can follow up on?
With due respect, ma'am, it's going to be your byline on the story, not mine.
Point taken, Mr. Crodful. Rube.
A wood... The corner... There are...
What can you tell me about the burglary at the Leyendecker Museum?
I'm not covering that case, miss. Why not ask Detective O'Reilly about it? He's the one you should be talking to.
I'm looking for information about a man named Ziggy.
What would a lass like yourself be wanting with scum like that?
Never you mind why. I'm just looking for information about him.
I suppose it's no big secret. Not round here, anyways. Ziggy's is a first-class little rat-fink. Couldn't cut it as a crook on his own. Now he has to go around spoiling it for the rest of 'em. Nasty little big mouth, though he does seem to hear an awful lot. If you're looking for him, he's the kind of man what hangs around in speakeasies. Not that we have any in New York City, mind you. We've got these places closed up good and tight.
What can you tell me about the speakeasy?
Now, I don't know anything about a speakeasy. Not in this town. We run a clean city here. But there are some nice places where a lady like yourself can sit and relax and enjoy a bit of the high life, if you know what I'm saying. Course, some of these places are restricted, don't you know? So you'll have to be giving them the right signs so they know you're okay. But just mention it Charleston, and you're in like Flynn. You got that now?
I think so. Thank you kindly, Sergeant.
Don't mention it. And I mean it now. Don't you go mentioning it. Not to anyone.
You knock politely. You hear the muffled response. Come in.
Sure and begorra, I'm Detective O'Reilly. What would you be wanting then, lass?
I'm Laura Bowe from the New York Daily Register News Tribune. I'm looking into the burglary at the Leyendecker Museum, and I understand you're handling the case. Would it be possible for me to look at your report?
You can't be a reporter, lass. You're a girl. The Trib only hires men.
I am a reporter, sir, and you can check with my editor, Sam Augustini, if you don't believe me.
I thought that Crodfeather guy was going to be writing the robbery article.
Crowdfaller was assigned to it, but the story is mine now. Can I see that report, please?
It's very technical, lass. I don't think you'll be learning much from it.
Thank you for your concern, Detective, but I'd like to be the judge of that.
You're a determined girl. I'll say that much for you. Have a look, then.
The file on the Leyendecker Museum burglary is nothing more than a single handwritten page. It mentions only one stolen object, the Dagger of Amon Ra. The burglar or burglars left no fingerprints or other clues. Their method of access to the museum is unknown. In summary, the police are baffled about the burglary at the museum at this point. Some parts of the report seem vague. The report is signed by Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly.
There's only one page to this report. Where's the rest of it?
That's all of it right now.
It's rather vague, isn't it?
Good police work takes time, and I'm a very busy man. I haven't had time to follow up on the burglary. So what if a museum loses a knife? There are people being murdered left and right in this city, dropping like flies. Cars are being stolen, booze is being smuggled into speakeasies. Pedestrians are being mugged, firebugs are burning down half the city, they're running out of grapes at the corner market, and I've got a headache. And you know who gets to investigate all the crimes in this district? Me! So I don't need any nosy reporters hanging around telling me my reports are vague, girlie.
Well, excuse me.
Talk to the desk sergeant if you have any more questions. I haven't got time for you right now.
I know I always feel a little better.
There's no denying that, miss.
There are no cars coming from... You could be arrested.
I hope I'm not in...
Miss Bow, please, it is not a problem.
Thank you, Mr.
You can feel the tension. You can... You can feel the...
Greetings, madam. To what location would you... I had Al Jolson in this taxi last week. He's starting work on a movie, The Jazz Singer, where you can actually hear people talking. I don't know. I don't think it'll ever replace radio. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Hi. Good morning, miss. I'm Steve Dorian.
I'm Laura Bow.
Nice weather we're having. Hey, did you hear about Admiral Byrd? He just made the first successful flight over the North Pole. What a guy. I think the Cardinals are going to win the World Series this year. I hear Henry Ford just introduced the 40-hour work week at his auto plant. I think that's ridiculous. What are his employees going to do with all that free time? Boy, do I remember that guy. He supervised the unloading of the Egyptian crates from the ship. It was a bunch of stuff for the museum, and he was real protective about it. Mr. Carrington came in on the Andrea Doria. I remember because he had the heaviest steamer trunk I've ever lifted. And it smelled funny, too. Gave me a big tip. Then that rich lady picked him up in a taxi. He called her the Countess Waldorf Carlton. That's where Mr. Carter's Egyptian crates were going. Nice place. Ever been there?
Actually, I'm attending a fundraising party there tonight.
Sounds like a formal party. What will it cost to get in?
I don't know. I'm covering it for the newspaper, so I get in free.
I thought the museum was closed today.
It is, but the party isn't till 7 o'clock tonight.
Sounds like fun. Enjoy yourself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work.
The 12th Street docks, the throbbing heart of the city. You could push on this ship all day and it wouldn't move. The dock feels like sturdy wood. According to the label, this crate was formerly filled with grapes from Egypt. Dock pilings. Clearly the longshoremen here take pride in their surroundings and keep the entire dock scrubbed clean.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate...
It reads Taxi Operator's License, New York Taxi Control Authority. The bottom of the license reads, License renewed September 5, 1926. The driver's name is Rocco.
To what location would you like to be motivated, madam? Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
I ain't never been there, so don't ask.
Sorry, never been there.
I'm not supposed to talk about places I haven't been to.
Are you sure you're telling me the truth?
Yes, ma'am, my parents said so.
What's your name, little boy?
None of your beeswax.
You're quite the impertinent little boy, aren't you?
Yeah, well, my folks told me not to talk to strangers.
His name's Paul Untermeyer.
Yeah, but we call him Stinky 'cause his initials are P.U.
So what's your name, little boy?
Biff.
My, what a nice name. It's a nice day, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, there's not a cloud in the sky and the sun is shining.
I guess. Makes the ants light quicker, that's for sure.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about the break-in at the Leyendecker Museum, would you?
I have an alibi, so you'll never get me, copper.
You've got quite an imagination.
It's true. I swear on a hunk of Bibles I didn't do it.
Well, 1926 is sure turning out to be an exciting year, isn't it?
Sure is. My next-door neighbor's ugly dog got run over by a car. Splat! And then he was only like this thick. My dad lost his job and had to start driving a cab, and he already had one accident. Crash! Then I ditched school only about 50 times to see the Dodgers. Wham! So yeah, so far it's been a pretty good year. I'm not telling you nothing.
It's my job to be nosy.
Oh, yeah? Then what's going to happen to ham gravy and castor oil and Thimble Theater?
I don't know.
Then you don't really work for the newspaper. You're full of baloney.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
I was just wondering, do you work here?
Yes, ticket, please.
Pardon?
Ticket, please. You here to pick up, yes?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just looking around.
Okay, look all you want. Looking is free. Laundry not so. Not know of it.
Have you heard about the burglary at the Leyendecker Museum?
No, burglary at museum? That terrible. Sorry to hear that.
Yes, isn't it? Have any of your customers said anything about it?
No, not hear about it until you say. What's stolen? Much damage?
Well, a dagger was taken, but nothing else that I know of.
Strange. Many valuable item at museum. Funny that only dagger was taken. Go figure.
After a quick glance at the dark staircase, you decide that it's potentially hazardous to your health and that there can't possibly be anything of interest upstairs.
Here, I bet a strapping young lad like you just loves to play baseball.
Not hardly.
This nifty baseball wouldn't be of any use to you, would it?
I don't know. Let's see it. Not bad. I'm not sure about this Bob Roos signature, but it's not a bad imitation. Stitching integrity is about 89%. Want to trade?
That's just what I was thinking. I could use that magnifying glass you boys are using.
Hey, Scram, we're using this glass.
Have we got a deal?
Okay, why not? Here you go.
Hey, what a jip! Now how are we gonna moidalize these ants?
Ease up, Stinky. We're almost out of ants anyway. Then we'll go to Old Man Meadow's place and bust up his windows.
Yeah!
Thanks, lady. Pleasure doing business, witches.
Thank you, young man.
You pick it up and place it in your purse. There are no cars. There are no... It's locked.
We're closed. No deliveries. Secret word.
The password is Charleston.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
That's not the sort...
We're closed. No. Secret.
The password is...
Well, why didn't you say so?
I want to marry an archaeologist and keep his artifacts warm. I travel with him through jungles and
only a temporary gig for Doc since he normally plays with Jelly Roll Morton and his red hot peppers. It's Dr. It's Crooner Jensmith, the amazing dancing chanteuse.
You want a drink, miss?
No, thank you, sir. I don't drink.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm too busy to talk right now.
This comatose man has had too much to drink. It is better to know some of the questions than all of the answers. James Thurber. It is better to know...
It doesn't talk to strangers, Toots.
Are you Ziggy?
Who sent ya? Godfather? He's an old pal of mine. What you wanna know? All I know is that the Egyptian pig sticker was heisted from the museum.
Do you know anything about Egyptology?
The only Egyptian I know is an accountant named Ramses Najir, something like that. He bugs me sometimes by asking me riddles. I can never figure him out.
What kind of riddles?
Well, today Ramses came in and asked me a two-part riddle. What's the room you leave without entering? And what's the room you enter without leaving? As usual, I told him I didn't give a hoot about his silly questions, so he left.
Since this year is almost over, how do you feel about 1926?
I think it was a great year. I made a sawbuck on the Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey fight in Philly. That's me. Was you wanting to make something of it?
The dancers just ignore you. No cutting in here. As you touch that, you feel the broken dreams and the alcoholic haze of thousands of frenzied speakeasy patrons who have come here to drown their sorrows and shore up their illusions that tomorrow will be a better day. They just ignore your rude attempt to interrupt them. Feels like a fire hydrant. It feels like garbage. It feels like garbage.
My goodness, has this taxi ever been cleaned?
I cleaned it out 2 years ago. You got a problem with that? Yeah, I'll take you for a ride if you got the dough or if you can prove you're just a reporter. Okay, Toots, where can I take you?
Since garbage holds a certain fascination for you, you plunge your hand into the debris. Since garbage
Yeah, I'll take you as far.
it feels you pick it up and place a press pad, an old laundry.
I know where it is, but that's all. I never lead my taxi, so I never been in there. Okay, Tut.
The seat feel
This claim ticket 2 years old today. You very lucky woman. Almost give this clothes away. It'll be ready Tuesday. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Ancient Chinese joke.
Actually, this isn't mine at all. I found this claim ticket just a little while ago. I'd feel badly if somebody would have come back for this.
You worry for nothing. Nobody come in for 2-year-old laundry. Lady who owned this dress probably dead by now. Ha ha ha.
You're a strange man, Mr. Fat, but I kinda like you. Ever been to the Leyendecker Museum?
Of course. Low fat, big contributor to museum. $2 every year. Some customer also work at museum. Wolf Heimlich, security guard. Very important.
Anybody else from the museum ever come here?
Yes, let me think. Woman doctor, Greek name. Olympia something. Magilakari Miklos? Yes, that's it. Olympia Miklos. Not know what she do at museum, but she work there. She and Mr. Heimlich sometime come in together.
Have you been there recently?
Not been there in, must be almost a year. Whoa, time to send in another $2.
Besides Mr. Heimlich and Dr. Miklos, are any of your other customers museum employees?
Not think so. Oh, wait, how could I forget? Yvette Delacroix, very lovely lady. She work at museum.
Do you know Yvette Delacroix?
A small smile flickers over Low Fat's normally inscrutable features.
Why are you smiling?
Low Fat have arrangement with Yvette. Laundry for free.
And what do you get in return?
Once more, Low Fat seems to smile slightly, his eyes refusing to meet yours.
Is it something private?
Low Fat not one to kiss and tell. Enough said, Kay?
I won't tell anyone. I'm sure whatever it is, I've heard it before.
He whistles an unrecognizable tune and deliberately looks away.
Tell me about Wolf Heimlich. What's so funny?
Nothing. Wolfie funny.
funny man. Take himself very seriously. Stand up straight. Act like soldier.
What else can you tell me about him?
Occasional bloodstain. Never sweat. Very tidy. Only see him once in a while.
So you do the laundry for Dr. Olympia Miklos?
Yes, spooky lady. All black clothes. She nice, but scary. I not good person to ask.
There are no... Crossing the street will lead... There are no... Don't touch it. It's locked.
We're closed. No. Secret.
The path...
Well, why...
Never heard that name before.
Hiya, dollface. Looking for a good time? It's your loss, Toots. I'll be right here if you change your mind. You have a sexy voice, Toots, but I don't know what you're talking about.
A size 7 evening gown in the latest style, even though it sat unclaimed in low-fats Chinese laundry for 2 years. Some fashions never go out of style.
You look so cute in that outfit. It makes me want to scream. Nice body. But where did you get those clothes? Salvation Army?
The partition is bolted to the floor so you can't move it. You've also decided to leave your old clothes here just in case some poor unfortunate should come along who needs them more than you do.
You haven't seen the Countess come into the speakeasy yet.
The Countess?
Yeah, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. I'm supposed to meet her here.
Sorry, haven't seen her. But if I do, I'll be sure and let you know.
Thanks, Toots.
What do you know about the Countess?
She's a nice old broad. Loaded. She's married to some high-class museum bigwig, but she can't get enough. Know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
You're pulling my leg, right?
No, I'm not pulling anything. I'm not that kind of girl.
Well, you're trying to pull something, sister, and I don't like it. I'm not answering no more questions about the Countess. You have a sexy... I have a cramp in my... Oh, yes. Touch me again. Oh, 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 oh. You look so cute in that.
Since this year is...
I think it was a
Your perky demeanor and thorough technique are making you a first-class detective. Considering that this car is parked right out in front of the museum, it probably belongs to an important staff member, so it's not a good idea to fool around with it. Looking at the mighty cumulonimbus cloud formations in the sky, you're reminded of your childhood, when your father would sit beside you on the grass in front of your house, smelling the scents of summer and looking for familiar shapes among the clouds. A fountain. A fountain. It's definitely a tree.
This affair is by invitation only, Fräulein. Your papers, please. Danke, Fräulein. I'll return this pass when you are leaving. Enjoy yourselves this evening.
It's a colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II, discovered at the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple on the Nile's west bank opposite present-day Luxor. The complete Ramses statue stood nearly 60 feet tall and weighed more than 1,000 tons. Presumably Ramses was not this large in life, although many people have stated that Ramses had a big head.
Heard any good rumors lately?
Maybe, or maybe not. What's it worth to you?
Well, I don't have any money right now.
Then I ain't got no rumors for you, Toots.
Bonjour, Miss Bow. Dr. Carrington told me you were covering this party for the newspaper. I'm Yvette Delacroix.
That's right, Miss Delacroix. I'm writing the social news column.
Ah, the social news. I was thinking you were here about the burglary.
The burglary? Of course not. The newspaper would never assign a female cub reporter like myself to such an important story.
Ah, you are probably being correct, Miss Bow. The low-fat, I know him. The little laundry I take to the cleaners, low-fat does it himself. We have the deal he enjoys, so it costs me nothing.
Has this been a good year for you, Miss Delacroix?
Ah yes, every year is a good year for me, Miss Bow. It is all a matter of the attitude, no?
Why, that seems like a very healthy point of view.
Merci, Miss Bow. You are very kind.
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. My name is Laura Bow.
I am Ramses Najir, Miss Bow. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
This is quite a party. Does the museum always have a big fundraiser when they open a new exhibit, Dr. Carter?
No, but they've never had such an important exhibit opening here before. And I'm an important curator with an important salary, so the museum wouldn't have been able to keep me employed here without financial assistance.
You must be very important for the museum to go to so much trouble.
Naturally. The museum is lucky that I accepted this position as the head of their new Egyptian Antiquities department. Why, my name alone will attract more visitors and more money to the museum.
Any chance that the Tutankhamun exhibit will make a stop here on its American tour?
No. I'd hate to embarrass my relative by putting his Tutankhamun artifacts on display here. They pale by comparison to my own great discoveries, such as the Dagger of Amon Ra.
Of course. How silly of me to think otherwise.
Yes, that was rather silly of you.
You must be very upset about the burglary.
Quite so. If I ever find out who stole my Dagger of Amon Ra, they won't live to regret it, I can assure you.
Oh my! Do you have any idea who would do such a thing?
I have my suspicions, but I need more proof before I subject him to the full force of my wrath.
Have the police learned anything?
Those incompetents. Hardly. They couldn't even find any clues around the dagger display.
Sounds like the burglar might have been a professional.
Perhaps. It's more likely the local constable couldn't find a clue if it jumped up and bit him on the bum.
The food and champagne look good, but you're trying to stay on a diet, so you make the wise decision to leave them alone. You'd like to reach out and touch the rams. You pick it up and place it in your purse. A crystal water receptacle. Don't touch it.
Hi! You're having such a good time, I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Laura Bow of the New Orleans Bows.
The fanatically happy snobs just ignore you entirely. They're having so much fun you're sure they're putting on an act to impress their friends.
Hi!
The
Hi!
The fanatic...
Countess, has 1926 been a good year for you?
No, dear girl. It's been absolutely horrid. My darling husband Sterling died this year, you know. I don't know what I'll do without him.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Countess.
Well, aren't you the sweet little thing? Thank you, my dear.
You see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively, and sporting a grotesque amount of makeup. In fact, when she speaks, you notice small flecks of base coat chipping off of her jowls and tumbling onto her furred collar.
Please, my dear, let's keep our hands to ourselves, shall we? Decorum, my dear. Decorum is the order of the day.
Don't touch the fanatically happy part. The fanatically happy... Laura, you'd never steal. You can't touch the daggers on display in the locked cage. Don't touch it. Don't touch... Don't touch... Don't touch it. This is the counter. Don't touch... It looks just like the Dagger of Amon Ra. Isn't it beautiful? This case holds beautiful museum replicas. The dagger shows Pittsburgh's high degree of craftsmanship. It looks just like... You can't touch the daggers on display in the... You can't... Upon close inspection... That's not the sort of thing you want to examine. The dagger shows... It looks just... You can't touch...
Fräulein, this gift shop is closed. You should not be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door was unlocked.
Unlocked? My assistant will be disciplined harshly for this mistake. Please rejoin the party now. I will be forced to injure you. The gift shop is...
Being snobbish high society types, these partygoers just ignore you entirely. You're simply not a part of their social circle.
Hi!
Being snob... The semi-happy...
You must be Dr. Ptah Sheptut Smith. Nice gold ankh you're wearing. This is quite a party, isn't it?
I find it distasteful to celebrate thievery in the name of science. The artifacts in this museum's Egyptian collection do not belong here. They belong in Egypt.
That's only your opinion.
It is the truth. And the thieves who rob Egypt of its ancient treasures will find death waiting for them. Amon Ra will have his revenge.
I see. Well, nice weather we're having.
Upon close inspection, upon...
Don't look at me like that, lassie. You're making me nervous.
Have you heard anything about the burglary?
No.
Do you have any idea who would want to steal the Dagger of Amon Ra?
It has already been stolen once, from Egypt.
I can see I won't get anywhere with you on this topic.
You hear nothing of it.
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
I'm not thirsty, lass.
You hear nothing.
Good evening, Dr. Miklos.
Oh, good evening, Miss Bo.
How are you, Detective O'Reilly?
Just fine, lassie. You're looking lovely this evening. If you ask me, missy, they're blowing the whole thing out of proportion. Begorra, you'd think that something important had been stolen.
You don't consider a priceless Egyptian artifact to be important?
Listen, girlie, if I chased down every petty theft that occurred within the nastier segments of the population, I'd be working 30 hours a day.
I would hardly call the Leyendecker Museum a nasty segment of the population, Mr. O'Reilly. And if you're referring to our Egyptian visitors, shame on you. And don't call me girly.
By me father's whiskers, you're a fiery one, Miss Laura. All right, I won't call you girly, little lassie.
There I was, standing on the hillside above the excavation in the Valley of the Kings, with the faithful Mahmud describing the dance of the seven veils to me in great detail, when a shout arose up from the workers below us. Sensing an important discovery at hand, since I have a sixth sense about these things, I scurried downhill to see that a step had been uncovered in the sand. It turned out to be the entrance to the Temple of Amon Ra. I took the trowel from the Boskafir and cleared the sand away from the rest of the steps myself, revealing the entrance to the temple. The seal of the necropolis was intact on the door seal, indicating that the temple had not been disturbed. I knew that fate had brought me to the discovery I had been seeking for so long. Tireless after my exertion in clearing the staircase, I used a sledgehammer to break through the sealed doorway. Within lay the greatest accomplishment of my considerable career. Hidden within the darkness, untouched for thousands of years in the isolated temple, lay the magnificent Dagger of Amon Ra, the greatest discovery of modern archaeology.
Good show.
Magnifique. Very impressive, Dr. Carter.
So, that's when you heisted it, right?
No, I didn't heist it, you annoying little man. I took it out of the temple and showed it to the workers, who immediately fell upon their faces, all 350 of them, to show respect for my accomplishment.
That's hard to believe, Dr. Carter. Egyptian workers have proudly worked the archaeological digs for many years. I would not think they'd exaggerate their respect for you to such an extent.
But then you weren't there, were you, Mr. Nagier?
Well, no, that's true.
And when was the last time you were in Egypt, Mr. Nagier? You seem to have lost some of your accent.
Well, it has been several years.
I thought as much.
Your discovery really was quite a remarkable achievement, Dr. Carter.
Was remarkable, Dr. Carrington? You mean it is a remarkable achievement. There has never been anything like it before.
Quite so. Correction noted, Doctor.
If you will all be excusing me, I see a man I need to speak to.
Certainly, Miss Delacroix. Certainly.
Boy, did he bet. She's some dish, ain't she?
Yes, those French women really have something. I don't think my wife would ever have done it in a mummy case.
In my vast experience of women from different lands, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Nagier. I balked when a certain French woman suggested we have a deep conversation on the back of a dinosaur, but I was pleasantly surprised by the results.
Yes, Miss Delacroix is certainly the cat's pajamas, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, we does come up with some good sayings, don't we?
Quite.
Good Lord, I hadn't realized a woman was present. Please excuse us, Miss Bow.
Oh, I wasn't actually listening to you gentlemen, Dr. Carrington. I just happened to be standing here. Excuse me.
Don't touch... That's not the sort... Upon This case holds... It looks just like...
Danke.
Ryan, I'm having the hardest of times keeping my hands off you.
Not here, Yvette. There's too many people.
They are not important. You are the most powerful man here, my Ryan.
What about that Carrington guy? He's president of this museum.
The doctor, he is old and weak. You are the young one and strong.
And what would you be wanting, Miss Bow?
Oh, well, I thought I heard you call my name.
You must have been hearing things. I didn't even mention your name.
Oh, sorry. I've got to be going now. Excuse me.
And what were you doing when that fancy dagger was being stolen then?
Let me see. I was sleeping in my hotel room.
You don't sound too sure about that.
I haven't been sleeping too well since I arrived in this country. I'm tired, so I'm not thinking too well.
You're not sleeping well. Would you be having a guilty conscience then?
I do not understand your meaning, Mr. O'Reilly. Perhaps it is the English. It is such a curious language, not as clear as the Egyptian.
Well, you say the dagger is what brought you to this country. If I were in your position, I'd be tempted to steal it.
Steal what has already been stolen? The Dagger of Amon Ra belongs to the Egyptian people, Mr. O'Reilly, not to Dr. Carter, not to this museum, and not to this country.
I'd be watching what you're saying, Dr. Smith. You're digging your hole deeper with every word.
Amon Ra will seek his own vengeance on those who have removed his dagger from Egypt. Amon Ra does not require my help.
You say you were sleeping when it was stolen. Were you alone?
That, sir, is none of your business.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Dr. Smith. It is my business as long as you're a suspect in the burglary.
A suspect? Do you Americans have no shame? I'm here to gain the return of the dagger by legal means. Ask Dr. Carrington.
I have talked to Dr. Carrington, and I know he told you no dice.
The matter is not settled until the last camel drinks from the water of the oasis.
What's that? Some kind of Egyptian double talk?
Excuse me, sir, but I see a turkey leg on the buffet table that requires my attention.
You see a rotund, ruddy-complexioned man in a fez. Despite his bulk, he moves with dignity and grace. Upon
If you look closely at my neck, you will see the scars from the night my pet Wolverine tried to kill me. How I miss little Fluffy.
Stop that, you silly female.
I'm not in the mood.
As you
If you want to know my theory about it, I think it was stolen by an Egyptian. No offense to your people, Mr. Nagier, but I think there is a secret sect of Egyptian sun worshippers who have sent an envoy here to steal the dagger.
Countess, I hardly think that's likely. Secret sects like you're describing haven't existed in hundreds of years.
Oh, really? And what makes you such an authority on secret sects, Mr. Nagier?
Well, I am only expressing my opinion, madam. I'm certainly not an expert on the subject.
Quite so. I think my theory is as good as anyone's, darling, and I heard it from a reliable source.
Oh? Who was that?
Never mind. Let's just say my source has never been wrong before.
There's always a first time for everything, Countess. I still find your theory far-fetched.
Since you seem to be listening, Miss Bow, what do you think of my theory?
What? Oh, I definitely think it's worth considering, Countess.
There, you see, Mr. Nagier, the press takes me seriously.
Of course, it is kind of far-fetched.
Well, I never! Excuse me.
Oh, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry.
So that's the deal, Countess.
I'd rather not talk about it right now.
Yeah, no kidding. DeWall's got ears around here. And so does certain nosy reporters, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must speak to Dr. Carrington.
Sure thing, Toots.
Upon
Please do not scrutinize me so severely, Miss Bow.
I'm not...
Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Well, ain't you the hoity-toity dame these days? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
Excusez-moi, am I knowing you, sir?
Ziggy's my moniker. You gonna pretend you just doesn't know me?
You are making the joke with me, no? Perhaps you have confused me with someone else?
I ain't joking. You're Yvette Delacroix. I'd know that body of yours anywheres.
I am sure I am not knowing what you mean, Monsieur Ziggy.
Oh, I get it. You's is worried one of these hi-hats is gonna hear us, right? Oh, okay. I'm clued in. We can talk later.
Are you enjoying the culinary delights this evening, Miss Delacroix?
This food, it is adequate. I do not eat so much. This way I maintain my figure, no?
Ah, yes. And a lovely figure it is, Miss Delacroix.
Merci, Dr. Carrington. You are so kind.
I feel we've known each other long enough. Please call me Archibald.
As you wish, Archibald. I am yours to command, as always.
Miss Bow, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, no. I was just admiring Miss Delacroix's dress.
Merci, Miss Bow. And your gown, it is a bit out of date, but charming nonetheless.
Thank you, I think.
Well, if you ladies will excuse me, I must mingle with the guests.
Well, look what the leprechaun's dragged in.
Hey, now watch what yous calls me, O'Reilly. I don't know what that leprechaun thing is, but I don't like the sound of it.
I'm sure you've been called worse things, smart guy.
Only by low-class type poisons, O'Reilly. By the way, ain't you afraid of being seen with me?
Cops talk to stoolies all the time, and I was wondering what you're doing here.
I'm a big patron of the arts. That's the kind of high-class guy I am.
You don't even know what the word patron means.
I does too.
Okay, what does patron mean?
Hey, ain't that the countess I see over there? I needs to talk to her.
One thing I am admiring about the Egyptian man is the way he is treating his woman, with the strong hand and the firm words.
Well, that is the proper way, as our culture teacheth us.
Which is not to say our culture is primitive by any means. Our civilization has evolved over thousands of years, so our methods are quite well thought out and practical.
And the Egyptian man, he is very skilled in the private matters as well, no?
Well, speaking for myself, I feel it is my sacred duty to be knowledgeable in all matters that concern me.
I've certainly had no complaints about my skills, Mrs. Delacroix.
Ah, Miss Bow, I didn't see you standing there.
Ahem. Well, I hear another turkey leg calling my name at the buffet table, so if you'll excuse me.
The turkey leg, it sounds good to me also. I'll accompany you, Dr. Smith. The food and Countess, they tell me you were married to the last museum president, no?
Yes, darling, that's correct. Sterling Waldorf Carlton was such a charming man, and so wealthy. My heart is just an empty void without him.
Yes, Sterling was such a nice man. It's too bad that he's worm food now.
Ew! I prefer to think that Sterling is still with me in spirit.
Oh, I'm sure his body is crawling with maggots by now. But if his spirit is with you, let me know because I'd love to see it.
It is hard to lose a loved one, no? I understand you were only married this short time, Countess.
Yes, I had only 2 short but charming months of married life with Sterling before he died.
And how long had you known this man before you were married?
Oh, we met just 1 charming month before we decided to get married. It was love at first sight.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, I had only been in this country a few weeks when I met Sterling on an offshore casino ship. It's quite legal to drink and gamble there, you know, and all the right people attend. Sterling was so charming, he just swept me off my feet.
This Sterling, he must have had the large broom.
It's just a manner of speech, my dear.
Sterling was a wealthy man. You must have inherited a nice fortune, Countess.
The money doesn't matter, darling. Actually, there's an annoying problem with the estate right now. It seems Sterling was changing his will when he died to give me more money, perhaps. Anyway, I'm sure my attorney will take care of the problem.
Too bad you can't dig him up to finish his new will.
Yes, quite.
The archaeology, it is such a masculine profession. Breaking into the ancient tombs with your sledgehammer, thrusting your way into the treasure chambers, touching the gold artifacts. It is also stimulating, no?
Yes, well, when you put it that way, I guess it is rather stimulating being the most important archaeologist of all time.
And it is such a burden to bear this greatness, no? With such pressure to perform, you must be perfect all the time.
Yes, you have a unique understanding of my problems, Yvette.
Your problems, they are obvious, no?
Very kind of you to say that, but there are many who misinterpret my actions. They don't understand the pressure of having famous relatives in the same line of work, and having to compare oneself to them all the time.
But the Tutankhamun find, it is nothing when compared to your discovery, no?
Correct. I didn't realize you knew so much about archaeology.
I know many things, Dr. Carter.
So I've heard. Maybe we should discuss archaeology sometime.
I'd love to hear about the work you do, Dr. Carter. Perhaps later tonight?
Will you be working late tonight?
Oh, yes. I think everyone will be here tonight, no? There is much to be done to prepare for the opening of your exhibit tomorrow.
I was planning a break for tea around 3 a.m. if you'd like to join me.
It sounds wonderful. Perhaps you would come by my office then?
I'd be delighted.
It is so gracious of you to take the time to speak with me.
Nonsense. Think nothing of it.
How will I ever repay you for this courtesy? I know how busy you are, Dr. Carter.
I'm sure we'll think of something. And call me Pippin. I told you to stop bothering me, you camel driver.
Dr. Carter, I will stop bothering you when the dagger is safely back in Cairo.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the bloody dagger has been stolen from the bloody museum, you great twit.
I see no reason to exchange epithets with you, Dr. Carter. I am aware of the burglary. I am also aware that no evidence was left behind, and the dagger case was not harmed. In fact, I think you removed the dagger from the exhibit.
Me? Me? And what bloody reason would I have to steal my own bloody dagger from my own bloody exhibit?
The dagger is not yours, Doctor. It belongs to the Egyptian people. As to why you stole it, I do not pretend to understand your twisted American thinking. Perhaps you wanted to keep the dagger for yourself, in your own private collection.
Perhaps I should ask why you're shifting the blame onto me, you insignificant peasant. It would be very clever of you to steal the dagger, then stay about to start rumors about someone else stealing it.
Only an archaeological thief would make such an accusation, Doctor. Now I'm sure that you stole it for yourself.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Did not?
Did.
Did not.
Did.
Gentlemen, please.
Who asked you?
Mind your own business, you nosy reporter.
But
I have more important things to do.
Our discussion is far from over, Dr. Carter.
That's what you think, you malodorous buffoon.
You see a rotund red... That's not...
If you look closely at...
You are interested in the great art, no? Then you should come with me this evening. I'll give you the personal tour of the old master's gallery.
Well,
I guarantee that you will not be wasting your time. You will enjoy it very much.
Well,
You are studying the art at the université, no?
Well, yes, but...
Then it is settled. I will give you the private tour in a little while, no?
But
There is no need to thank me yet. I will be enjoying it as much as you will. It's a fanatic... It's a semi... It's a happy party girl.
Back to the Rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum is off limits. Und you are spooking their mastodons!
It's a happy... It's a... It's a... It's a... That... It's an alcove occupied by a very impressive urn that contains the ashes of the deceased architect of the Leyendecker Museum, Arvin Slatherlord Loudermilk III. Don't touch... Silence alone is great. You see the name, Arvin... As you study everything in this room, you feel like you're being watched. The food is free of bugs if that's what you were worried about.
Miss Bow?
Oh! Mr. Dorian?
That's right. We met at the docks.
Oh dear, your shoes. They aren't exactly formal.
Oh, well, I can explain that, but not right now.
I see. Well, what brings you here?
You.
Oh, me?
You told me you'd be here tonight, and, well, I thought we should talk.
Oh? About what?
Could we step outside for a minute? The moonlight is very nice tonight.
Well, all right. I think I'd enjoy that.
I just wanted to explain to you who I really am.
You're not Steve Dorian?
Well, yes, I am Steve Dorian, but I felt like I didn't give you the most accurate impression of myself when I met you earlier today. But, gee willikers, I'm just not used to meeting attractive young ladies on the docks.
I wasn't down there looking for a man. I'm a professional journalist working on a story.
Oh, well, yes, of course you are. I didn't mean to imply anything. In fact, I was very impressed with your professionalism and with your smile. I just didn't want you to think I'm a common stevedore.
Well, I'll admit I was wondering what a stevedore was doing at this ritzy museum fundraiser.
My stevedore job pays the bills, but I'm aiming for a career as an artist. However, I'm really here because I'd hate myself for the rest of my life if I didn't try to see you again. Maybe I'm a fool, maybe you think we're too different, but I had to try.
Well, I'm very flattered. Are you always this nervous?
I'm not very good with women. I've spent all my time working ever since I was 10 years old, when my father died. I've never had a chance to date very much. Lately, I've spent my free time going to school.
I'm starting to think we're more alike than I first thought. My mother died when I was very young, so I was raised by my father. What kind of an artist are you?
I'm a painter, and I do a little sculpting.
How interesting. But I think that an artist would know enough not to wear work boots with his tuxedo at a formal party.
Oh, I said I'd explain that, didn't I? I was hoping nobody would notice. I had to blow 2 weeks' pay to rent this tux, but I didn't have enough left over to rent the fancy shoes. It's just that I had to see you again.
You spent all your money just to see me? My goodness, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll have dinner with me some evening. I may seem a little odd, but I promise that I'm harmless. I'd be honored to spend an evening with you and show you the sights around town.
Well, I don't usually, but you've gone to a lot of trouble to find me. I think I can trust you.
Really? You'll do it? Oh, thank you. You won't regret it. I'll make it a memorable evening. I'll paint for you. I'll dance for you. I'll sing for you. Anything you want.
Well, there's no need to get carried away. Let's see how dinner goes first.
Of course. You're absolutely right. I don't seem too anxious, do I?
Maybe just a bit, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll take a deep breath and calm down. I'll be fine. I'll do whatever you want.
I think this is the beginning of something important, Steve. I like you already. Let's go back to the party, Steve. I've got work to do.
Looking at a small portion of the big head really doesn't do justice to the immense size of the statue, but you can see that the bust was sculpted with extreme care, almost as if the sculptor's life depended on it, which it did. Look. Don't be greedy. You don't need another water glass. The food and champagne look... In every respect it appears to be untampered with and normal. Under close inspection you can see that this pile of bones could indeed be assembled to resemble the skeleton of a mastodon. Determining whether or not the reproduction is at all accurate is beyond your expertise. In every apparent respect, this is a perfectly normal million-year-old chunk of a prehistoric creature's endoskeleton.
Achtung! Terrorists are not allowed in this room at this time. You are disturbing the paintings. Raus! You leave now! Mach schnell!
Up close, this is an impressively realistic model. The animal's hide appears to be either very real or a spectacular fake, and the stitch marks are beautifully hidden. You find nothing that arouses your suspicions. Looking carefully, you determine that the models in the diorama are very well made. Looking at the pterodactyl from here through it's a very big painting of a Spinosaur. A house pet, tastefully prepared for battle in 16th century armor. A close look at the armor reveals a heraldic device of a fierce beaver rampant on a chevron above the motto, "Forward." A small label indicates that this Scottish dog armor belonged to Lord Balfour, 1st Earl of Fife. Up close, the suit of armor looks scratched. Up close. The helmet on this Italian suit of armor, circa 1460, is interesting because it's a barboot which lacked protection for the lower part of the face. The barboot is sometimes called the barboot sallet because, like the 15th century sallet, it doesn't enclose the whole head, offering most of its protection to the top. Unlike the barboot, however, the sallet is often characterized by a reinforced forehead plate and an elongated pivoted nape defense. It is, however, difficult to differentiate between the barboot, the sallet, and the bassinet. The shallow barboot resembles the sallet, while the deep barboot resembles the bassinet. Then again, who really cares? The chest feels like wood, and you get a small the carvings on the chest depict gnomes leaping through shrubbery. This is the Life Mask exhibit. You haven't seen this many dead-looking, expressionless faces since your accounting class at the university. This head is French-Canadian. You wonder if French-Canadians are anything like Creoles and Cajuns. This is the Life... The Panamanian head looks a little worried. The head is from Brazil. It reminds you of your great-aunt Marjorie, who went to Brazil to treat her brain fever and never came back. The South American head has strong, regular features. This head is from the Cape region of Africa. This person lived off the Ivory Coast. How exciting! This person lives... This head is from England. You ponder whether or not he always looked so grim. The plaque says that this is the missing link. Well, he's hardly missing if he's right here on the wall. Seems to be covered with a paint-like substance. Probably paint. Appears to have been applied quite some time ago. What fine crap. What fine... Seems to be covered with a paint-like... The head looks like that of a North American Plains Indian. You've read many exciting stories. This appears to be the head of an Eskimo. You wonder if they really do use every... It's the head of a Cro-Magnon man. My, how people have changed. The door is locked. When you touch the doorknob, you get a heavy coating of dust all over the palm of your hand. Don't touch it. The Chelsea's armor has a mirror-like... The mummified corpse of Amenophis III, also known as Amenhotep III or Memnon by the Greeks. He built large temples to Amon Ra, both at Karnak and at Luxor. In the 5th year of his reign, Amenophis marched into Nubia to quell a mighty rebellion. He also ruled over the Mesopotamians, since his kingdom was quite large. We also know that Amenophis was a mighty hunter who slew 102 lions during the first 10 years of his reign in his spare time. Now he's dead. You closely examine the glass case, revealing the scratch. Although there are a few scratches on the glass case, it looks remarkably like a glass case in the shape of a pyramid. A small card informs you that this case contained the famous Dagger of Amon Ra, which is now missing.
Oops.
Congratulations, you've cracked the case of the Dagger of Amon Ra. Don't touch the shards of glass. They're sharp. You might cut yourself. Or you could put an eye out. Or any of a number of other things could happen that your mother warned you about when you were little and... You can't take... A close look at the pyramid shows you the grainy texture of limestone, which you find highly educational. The granite is cracked. The granite is... At close range, you see... The placard says, this is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth, found in the Temple of Amon Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun. A sturdy window that looks out on the city of New York. Ironically, there's a gold Ankh medallion, the ancient Egyptian symbol of life, resting in the pool of blood. A close look reveals the initials PS inscribed in the back of the bloody Ankh. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been. Looks Apparently the shoe's owner stepped in some of the blood. It apparently belongs to a dainty foot. There's a narrow red footprint from a woman's high-heeled shoe on the floor. Don't touch that footprint. You... This placard describes the full translated text on the Rosetta Stone, which still resides in the British Museum. In summary, the text records the decree made at Canopus by the priesthood in honor of the pharaoh Ptolemy III, Euergetes I, who reigned from 247 to 222 BC. The decree discusses the great benefits which the pharaoh had conferred on Egypt and states what festivals are to be celebrated in his honor, concluding with orders that a copy of the decree in hieroglyphics, Demotic and Greek shall be placed in every large temple in Egypt. To maintain a sense of realism, the watermark says that this Rosetta Stone text was printed on papyrus, the equivalent of the paper of ancient Egypt. Apparently it was cheaper than printing the translation on a piece of black basalt. Questions are a burden to others. Answers are a burden to oneself. In other words, you get no response. Pippin's shirt is immaculate, except for a few streaks of blood. His tie is partially undone, which is something that never would have happened if Dr. Carter had been alive to notice it. There is a wide cut in the shirt fabric where the dagger sliced through to Pippin's chest. The cut is slightly wider than the width of the blade, as if it moved to one side after it penetrated his body. A close look at the dagger reveals the words, "Made in Pittsburgh," stamped on the part of the blade that is not buried in Pippin Carter's chest. To your naked eye, the rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints, but that's something for the coroner to examine in detail. The vest has a smooth, silky feel to it. Nice material. When you reach into Pippin's tuxedo jacket, you find a notepad in his inner pocket. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Unreadable words are imprinted on the paper. A notepad made of good quality paper. There is nothing else in Pippin's tuxedo. You hear a disturbing gurgling noise when you poke Pippin in the chest. That would be highly improper, Laura. You lightly touch the blood with your finger. It's wet. It feels fake. A bit of water trickles out from the center of the flower. You hear a His mustache feels stiff. His ear feels... You poke Pippin's right eye. A tear trickles down his cheek. His flesh feels cold and clammy. It feels greasy to the touch. You poke him in the eye. His eyeball feels squishy. You lightly touch... That would be the vest. You hear a Don't touch it.
You scream like a banshee, lass. Did you kill the man then?
No, I just walked in here and found him.
I suppose that would explain your screaming then. Did you see the murderer?
No.
All right, I'll talk to you later after you've had a chance to calm down. Just don't try to leave the building.
You're doing a fine job, Laura. Having already interrogated the guests, Detective O'Reilly is now discussing the murder with the staff members as they leave the party. It would be best if you don't interfere.
Hi, Miss Bowe. I'm Ernie Leach. Dr. Carrington told me you could stay a while and talk to the staff. I've got to lock the doors, so just come and find me when you're ready to leave. Dr. C also has a key, but you don't want to bother him about that.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Just be careful where you go. Wolf will get upset if he finds you downstairs. See you later.
Did you manage to learn anything from your interviews, Detective O'Reilly?
Don't bother your little head about it, lass.
It's my job, sir.
This is an official murder investigation, Miss Bowe. Do not be interfering.
Oh, I don't mean to interfere. I just want to know what's going on. Any leads so far?
Dr. Carter died as the result of someone sticking a gift shop dagger in his chest. What more do you need to know?
Well, for one thing, who did it?
Someone who didn't like him, that's my guess.
Brilliant deduction.
If you think that you can do better...
I can try.
Oh, wunderbar. Now we've got the amateurs involved.
I may not be a detective, but I'm terribly clever. I've solved murders before.
Just stay out of me way, lass, and don't destroy the evidence.
Certainly not.
Yeah. Humph.
This door...
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bowe. Why isn't that one of those darling little Egyptian thingies? I'm sure there's nothing on that to concern us, Miss Bow. He was a rather good-looking fellow, don't you think? Of course, I was at the party when he died, surrounded by witnesses, but I've already told Mr. O'Reilly about all that.
I don't have time for idle chat, lass. And where did you find that thing, then?
I found it in the Egyptian exhibit.
You wouldn't be disturbing the evidence at the crime scenes now, would you, lass?
Well,
I certainly hope not, because I'd have to be putting you away for tampering with evidence.
oh, I certainly wouldn't want to tamper with evidence, sir.
I should hope not. Someone got tired of the man's big ego would be my guess.
Any idea who might have killed him?
Anyone who ever met him. Did you talk to the man? He was so full of himself, there wasn't space for anyone else to be in the room with him.
How do you think he died?
You discovered the body, you silly girl. He died because someone stuck a dagger in his chest, which tends to do that to a man.
What happened to his body after you examined it?
The coroner was at the party. Maybe you met him. When he left, he took Dr. Carter's body with him, ego and all. Oh, he's an okay fella, I suppose. I haven't spent much time with the man.
While this is you pick it up and place it in your purse. Silence alone is great. Questions are a burden. It looks like an admirable reconstruction of fake, leathery reptile skin. An iguanodon, up close and personal.
Welcome to the Leyendecker Museum Dinosaur Display. My name is Rex, and I'd like to tell you about myself. I'm a type of dinosaur known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, which means King of the Tyrant Lizards. Although I was not the largest type of dinosaur, I was the largest predator ever to walk the earth. Some of my friends were 40 feet long and weighed 8 tons, with teeth that were 6 inches long. Your modern elephants don't weigh more than 6 tons. I lived between 250 and 65 million years ago, during a period known as the Age of Dinosaurs, also called the Mesozoic era. The first complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex was found just 24 years ago in Montana in 1902. Although there were many meat-eating dinosaurs, I was considered the best killing machine who ever lived. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you like to volunteer to be my next meal?
This dinosaur feels like a sauropod. You're not sure how you know that. Perhaps your father told you what sauropods felt like when you were a child. It feels like the helmet on this Italian, the babu, unlike it is then again, who up close the suit of armor. Your close scrutiny reveals that there is indeed a body within the cramped confines of the suit of armor. Dr. Carter's body has been indelicately crammed into the suit of armor. His filmy eyes gaze in mute shock. His head is bent at an unlikely angle, and the skin is puckered where the helmet's edges bite into the expanding flesh. Dr. Carter's skin is cold and disgusting to the Dr. Carter, There was silence supreme. Questions are Dr. Carter's body. It's Dr. Pippin Carter. The door is locked. When you touch the doorknob, you get a heavy coating of dust all over the palm of your hand. The Chelsea's armor has a mirror-like finish. Someone took good care of it. A peek into the mummy case reveals that Pippin's body has been removed. A peek into the mummy case reveals that You hear nothing of it. You hear nothing. A rare 17th century English tapestry. Although the cockroaches managed to storm the castle walls after a 90-day since that great battle, the castle of 1 year after the great battle, everyone in the castle died of the plague. You hear nothing. Nice warp and woof in the fabric.
I'm a busy man.
Portrait of a Young Man by Marcello Flaming, Italian master. A typical light-hearted painting by anonymous Bosch called A Heartwarming Story, depicting dead humans being tormented by skeletons and demons in hell. Feels like a painting by The oil paint on the canvas is old and cracked, but you can still see the characteristic brush strokes of anonymous Bosch, who painted with human bones instead of brushes. The oil paint feels like The glint doesn't glint when you hold your finger on it. Jeepers! The shiny key on the painting even feels real. Probably because it is. Although you have a natural attraction to shiny objects, this one is firmly attached to the painting and obviously can't be removed by hand. This skeleton key is inscribed with eerily articulated markings, the weird orthography of a long dead tongue. It offers no clue as to what it unlocks. Pandora's box, perhaps? Inspecting the painting carefully, it's amazing that you can still smell the slight odor of oil paint on this canvas, as if at close range you notice the strong smell of oil. Although the paint is old and cracking, the swirling brushstroke.
Please, Miss Bow.
A close look makes it clear that this artist was fond of chocolate. There are chocolate chips embedded in the paint. Examining the painting carefully, you closely inspect the nudes in Michelangelo's paintings, admiring his studies of the human form. These paintings were completed while he was still learning his trade as the apprentice to a great artist you've probably never heard of.
Dr. Carter's demise was truly a loss to us all, despite his pushy, overinflated, headline-grabbing ego. At least he completed his work on the Ancient Egypt exhibit before he passed on. Dedicated chap, I'll say that for him.
Any idea who might have wanted to kill him?
The man had enemies crawling out of the woodwork, Miss Bow. Practically everyone's a suspect, if you ask me.
Everyone? Including you?
Well, perhaps I should say everyone except myself, since I was at the fundraising event when Dr. Carter was taken from us. Terrible thing, really.
You closely inspect the... You feel a blush creeping over your face as you look at the perfect body of Rodin's famous thinker. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Thank you for coming to see me, Olympia. This is very nice of you.
You're very welcome, my dear. What can I do for you?
Oh, you see, I found this strange bone, and I said to myself, Yvette, if anyone can tell you what this is, it would be Olympia.
A bone, you say? How fascinating. Where did you find it?
I found it right here in the museum. Here it is, Doctor.
Now, let me see. Ha ha! Yvette, you silly girl. This is a chicken bone.
It is?
Yes, of course. For it is still greasy. You got this at dinner, didn't you?
Oh, you have caught me, Olympia. I was playing the little joke on you.
You are a funny girl, Yvette, but I am quite fond of you.
Olympia, we are the good friends, no? I have the problem I wish to talk to you about.
Oh, certainly. What is it?
Come closer so I can whisper it to you. It is very personal, and I want no one to overhear.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
What perfect burnishing! You can't imagine how long it must take to create a thing of such beauty. The giant lizards are displaying some rather uncivilized behavior. Don't touch it. Don't. It is better to know. Silence alone is... A magnified intercom slave unit. Feels like an intercom slave unit. The snake oil certainly smells bad.
Good evening, Miss Bo.
Oh, you startled me.
Good. It gets the blood flowing, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
I see we're looking at my snake oil.
Well, I was just looking around.
I'm sure you meant no harm.
What's the snake oil for, anyway?
It repels snakes, of course. Comes in handy when I'm working in the basement. I lost a load of Egyptian cobras down there a few weeks ago, and I occasionally come across one of those little darlings. Those snakes always want to bite me, but I'm sure they don't mean anything by it. It's just their way. They get nervous very easily, you know. Normally, I love to watch them kill things. My Barney will kill anything he can sink his teeth into.
Charming.
Well, I'd like to chat some more, but I've got to rush off and meet that young Steve fellow. He promised to show me his scars. See you later.
Don't touch the chalkboard. A number of hieroglyphics are It certainly looks genuine. The Society's seal is a little golden cockroach. It says Dr. Olympia Miklos, Lifetime Achievement Award, from the Society to Protect Misunderstood Inquilines. Thank you, dearest Doctor, for helping people to truly appreciate inquilines. You are a true friend of the rat, mouse, pigeon, and cockroach. It's Dr. Miklos's double master's degree in paleontology and physical anthropology from the University of Thessalonica, Greece. It's Dr. Miklos's... Don't touch... The books are in fine shape, and none of them are dusty. A magnified intercom feels like an intercom. It's made of... There must be at least 40 varieties of... There's an array. Don't touch it. You straighten out your dress. Appearances count. Don't touch. The paper cutter blade looks well maintained and sharp enough to cut through almost anything. You pick it up and place it in your purse. While this is an interesting approach, it serves no practical purpose. It's used carbon paper. Backlit, you can read the words typed into the carbon paper. Ernie, Big Al called to see if you could do some fencing for him next week. He says he'll make it worth your while to do a fast fencing job. You don't need to type anything. You don't need... A magnified intercom slave unit. You don't need... The wood file drawer is locked. Yvette is the only person who can open it. Nice material. Nice needlepoint stitchery with some dust stuck to it. Upon close inspection, mediocre watercolor brushwork, but subtle nuances of shading and the marvelous thrusting brushwork demonstrates the artist's nice watercolor. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Come a little closer, Monsieur Najir. I am wanting to show you something.
And what would that be, Miss Delacroix?
Look at the palm of my hand.
It is a lovely palm, to be sure. But what am I supposed to see?
You see this line, monsieur? It is my love line.
My goodness, Miss Delacroix. It goes all the way up your arm and disappears up your sleeve.
Would you like to see where it ends up, Ramses? Have you ever been to Paris, Ramses?
No, I can't say I ever have.
Then you have never seen the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Well, by all means, let me show you.
Miss Delacroix, please. I'm a married man. Oh, dear.
Have you forgotten who let you into the museum, Ramses? Have you forgotten who showed you the secret room for your little ceremonies? You haven't, have you?
No, I haven't, but...
Then you will let me give you the grand tour of the tower, no?
We'll have to go somewhere else. I don't feel safe here.
Lead the way, monsieur.
As with so many other things in this museum, this phone is dead. That's not the sort of... You'll have to take a close... It's made of leather. The handwriting is... Phone numbers: T. Dargan, WP 5125. R. Williams. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch it. The stiff quills look especially sharp under magnification. That's not the sort of thing you want. Upon close inspection, don't... Looks. The collected catalogues of the Smithsonian Museum. Look. That's not upon... Don't touch. You put your hand in the fireplace. You remember when you were a little girl and used to burn your fingernails off. Unfortunately, except for this little trip down memory lane, there's no other point in doing this. First editions of classic literature. Upon close... Don't touch... Don't touch... Don't... First edition... Look. Numerous hefty tomes on the topic of medieval armor. The collected works of Knut Hamsun, Norwegian novelist. His master... Don't touch... Don't... You pick it up. The book is so well made, it looks like it will last forever. By reading a few lines from the book, you gather that the theme of this book is that man pays for his crimes against men by suffering for those crimes. It's amazing how much meaning you can get from a few well-chosen words. You read a police report on the criminal career of one Watney Little, conman extraordinaire. The file contains an amazing list of offences, mostly fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, and various degrees of larceny. Glancing at the top of the page, you noticed that the investigations were conducted by Scotland Yard. You also noticed that the last entry describes Little's recent escape from Dartmoor prison. Clipped to the outside of the folder is a small handwritten note that reads simply, "Remember our deal." Apparently this file was provided in exchange for somebody's silence or service. A notepad made of good quality. While this is an interesting approach, the carbon paper. While this. You'll have to take. While phone numbers: T. Dargan, WP 5125, R. Williams, BL 4468, I Did It, SH 0244, Be Safe, KL 0527. You put your hand in the fireplace. Upon close inspection, that's not the... Don't touch. You put your hand... Silence. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Locked drawers. Rubbing the charcoal over the notepad has made the imprint readable. Yvette 8 o'clock Egyptian rum, Tut 10:15 Egyptian rum, Carrington 11 o'clock his office. Don't touch it. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't. It's the bookcase. It's a pillar that plays. Looks. Look. Carrington. Look. It's the latest thing in office telecommunications technology, an intercom master unit. Don't touch, don't touch. Feels like a desk clock. Don't touch. It's a portrait of the former Leyendecker Museum. You'll have phone numbers: T. Dargan, WP 5125. It's the personal diary of former museum president Sterling Waldorf Carlton. Not wanting to remove evidence from the crime scene, particularly when you must have broken some sort of law by opening the president's personal wall safe, you decide not to Glancing through the diary and the male handwriting within, it refers to Sterling's growing fear that the Countess only married him for his money and that she could be planning to kill him. The final entry reads, Yvette fears her too. Not wanting to remove evidence from the crime. Glancing through the diary. Not one. Don't touch it. Feels like a... You'll have to... Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display. The note is written in a man's handwriting, probably belonging to Dr. Carrington. You touch the intercom unit, completely missing the buttons. And the whole point, apparently. You touch the You touch the... You touch the... You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch the intercom unit, completely missing the buttons. And the whole point, apparently. You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch...
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Questions are a burden to... It's the late... You touch... You touch the...
Is this doing anything? Is it hooked up? Can anyone hear me?
A hand... Yes, it's definitely a desk clock. It's... Yeah, a handsome... Don't touch... A handsome desk clock. A paper cutter with a table that formerly belonged. The paper cutter blade look. Upon close inspection. Now you're That's not upon... You'll have to take... The 6-button intercom allows the president to talk and listen to... You touch the intercom unit. You touch the... You touch... You touch... You touch... The button is currently in the on position. This button turns the intercom on and off. Since this is the master intercom unit, when you press the button, all you hear is static. When you press the button, the intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Sure, and a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
And you do it so well.
Try and keep your voice down, lass. Someone might hear us.
Oh, I do not care, my amour. Life, she is something we only enjoy once.
Sure, and begorra, I do this at least 50 times a day to stay in shape.
50 times, ooh la la, and what do you call this movement?
Sit-ups, lass. I also do 50 push-ups each day, then I run a few miles.
The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, I so love your scars, Wolfie. Show them to me again, darling.
They are yours to admire, my strudel.
Hoopa! Very, very nice.
Yeah, and I have this new bone for your collection.
Ah, such a large bone, too. Where did you find it?
I've been carrying this bone around for years. It is yours now, my Fräulein. You may do with it what you will.
I'm impressed by your generosity, Wolfie.
When you press the button. Yes, it's definitely a handsome. It's used. The carb. Rubbing the charcoal over the notepad has made the imprint readable. Yvette, 8 o'clock, Egyptian rum. Tut, 10:15 Egyptian rum. Carrington, 11 o'clock. It is better to know.
Is this doing anything? Is it hooked up? Can anyone hear me?
You hear only when you press the button. When you touch, when you press, you hear only you hear Better not touch it. Silence alone. The paper cutter blade looks well maintained and sharp enough to cut through almost. Quest. The light bulb. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Since it's missing a light bulb now, it's... Look. A magnet. Since it's just a slave intercom unit, it has no...
Good evening, Dr. Carrington.
Good evening, Miss Bow. Good evening.
What perfect burnishing. You can't imagine how long it must take to create a thing of such beauty. A close inspection reveals that this is not real marble. It's an imitation marble invented by Claudius Brutus Apollonius Biggus Blimpus Maximus, known to his friends as Fatus Rotundus. Fatus was ahead of his time, since the world was not yet ready for synthetic marble. Fatus also invented radar, but nobody knew what to do with it. Radar technology was then forgotten until World War II, and Fatus never got any credit for it. Fatus Rotundus died in obscurity, his genius unrecognized. It's made of fine Corinth. It's made of pitted. It's made of marble. Feels like cool marble. Feels like. Tentatively, you touch the cool bronze. It feels as smooth as it looks. There was silence supreme. It is better to... You feel a tentative... You feel a blush creeping over your face. What perfect...
That's more than a little rude, Miss Bow.
Up close, you're able to... Up close, you're able... Up close. Feels like... Tentatively. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Oh, excuse me.
Here now, be off with you then.
The door sports an elegant lacquered finish, but nothing in the way of telltale.
Well, lass, we've known each other a long time, and I'm not ready to get married yet. But I know one thing for sure. I love you.
Oh, my great detective, this feeling, it is mutual.
Just be keeping in mind that I'd have to kill you if I ever found out you were sleeping with someone else.
What? Oh, you are to be making the little joke, no? Your sense of humor, it is magnifique.
I've already had one bad marriage, and it won't happen again. It's been a long time since I've been able to trust anyone as much as I trust you.
This is very flattering, my love. I am never to be knowing someone like you either. You are so good and so kind.
Well, I try, lass. I try. It's not easy being a cop in this town. The place is lousy with criminals, even in the police force.
Oh no, how terrible.
Sure, and it's a hard thing when a cop goes bad. I've seen it happen. A cop spends years fighting crime and watching the hoods get rich while he risks his life to make just a few bucks. The first time a cop takes a bribe, it bothers him. But then it gets easier.
You are such a strong man, my Ryan. You would never be accepting the payoff, no?
Sure, and I'm shocked that you'd even say such a thing, Yvette.
I'm sorry, my love. I should have known better.
You'll have to show me how sorry you are. Kiss me.
Gladly, my love. How can I resist?
You...
Oh!
Here now.
This story... Rubbing the file. Question. What's perfect? What's looking a little closer, you detect a seam along the sculpture's otherwise flawless neck. Tentatively, oh dear, the light bulb blew out. You hope someone will invent a reliable light bulb one of these days. The glass covering the alcove is marked with the words, "For emergency use only." An office door. The door to one of the labs. A medieval spiked cudgel, also known as a morning star. This is a type of spiked flail known as a holy water sprinkler, which was quite popular in medieval battles. The name, of course, is a humorous reference to the religious device that is swung in a similar manner. The main advantage of a flail over a common mace was that the spiked iron head of the weapon developed extra smashing force as it swung at the end of the chain which attached it to the handle. A fine broadsword imprinted with the mark of the Toledo swordmakers in Spain. It looks very sharp and deadly. World War I campaign medals. Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany is prominently featured on many of the medals. A closer look reveals a bit of mold on the cheese. The broadsword looks like it has been sharpened recently. Unlike the other weapons on the walls, this sword appears to get regular use, which might explain Heimlich's dueling scars. The intercom crackles and you hear,
Wolfie, it's Olympia. If you can hear me, meet me in the armor room at 2 o'clock. You promised to show me your private scars, remember? See you there, Wolfcakes.
The room Don't touch it. Looks. Upon close inspection, there isn't a speck of dust on this lamp. That's not the... Upon close inspection, that's not the... Don't touch... You don't have... The intercom crackles and you hear,
Wolfie, it's Olympia.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Ernie's office. An office... Another...
Interesting. I never noticed that before.
You never noticed what, my love?
You have a tattoo of the Eiffel Tower on the inside of your left eye.
Ah, you are doing this to distract me, no? But I am worried about you, my Ernie. You are so big and so strong. But this ice-pick fellow, he is a dangerous one, no?
Yeah, he's dangerous. But I'll pay him his dough. Ernie Leach always pays his debts.
Maybe you can do some more fencing for this Big Al. He pays well.
Yeah, Big Al's a good customer. But there's only so much fencing I can do for one guy.
This ice-pick might try to make the example of you before you can pay him off. He keeps leaving these threatening messages.
Don't worry, baby. Icepick knows he won't get his dough if he kills me. Maybe I can get into a hot poker game down at the Harlem Swinger and win enough money to pay him off.
No, no, no. The gambling is what got you into this mess, my Ernie.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I've got bigger problems tonight. I saw something I wasn't supposed to see.
What?
You're better off if I don't tell you about it. Now, what's this on the top of your Eiffel Tower tattoo?
I think you know what it is, my Ernie. You've seen it before.
And I always enjoy seeing it again, baby.
Ah, you American men are so charming.
Vat 5. A large, hairy creature with at least one huge claw is floating in the murky liquid of the vat. That's not the sort of thing you want to examine too. The creature is too far away and Vat 10. Is that a unicorn floating in the murky liquid? Can't be. Unicorns are mythical creatures. You hear nothing.
Oh, good evening, Miss Bow.
Hi, Dr. Miklos. I'm sorry if I startled you.
Oh, that's okay. I enjoy being startled. And please, call me Olympia.
Okay, Olympia. You enjoy being startled?
It gets the blood flowing. I love it. I was just trying to find Daisy, my ferret. She usually has the run of the museum, but it's time for me to feed her.
And you think she might be in here?
Well, she's been spending a lot of time in here lately for some reason. She probably likes the unusual smells. Who knows?
Can I help you look for her?
Thanks, but I'm sure I can find her. Would you mind leaving me for a while so she'll come out of hiding?
Certainly. Sorry to disturb you.
This door. You hear. You d-
Sacré bleu!
Hey, you nosy dame, can't you see we're busy? Scram! Are you deaf?
Probing around in the vat with the net, you find nothing more than an ordinary dead unicorn, possibly left over from a King's Quest game. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here. Ground sloths are very slow creatures. Since the sloths in this vat are dead, they're even slower than usual. However, you quickly come to the conclusion that probing around in this vat with a net is a waste of time. The strong fumes are The strong fumes are making... Probing around. Boy, the The room feels... The glass covering the alcove is marked with the words, "For emergency use only." You get no... The glass cover...
Was ist los? What do you think you're doing? There's no emergency here. Nicht Gefingerpoken mit der Lantern.
You pick it up. This door is... This... That's not the sort of thing... The note is written... Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. It's you rubbing the charcoal over the note. The button is in the receiver. You hear only... You touch... You hear only... You touch... You hear only... When you press the button. You touch... When you press... When you press...
Hello?
You touch... You touch... You touch...
Hello?
It is... You touch...
Is this doing anything?
The 6 button in... The 6... The 6... The 6... The 6... Since this is...
Hello?
You touch... You touch...
These newfangled inventions are such a caution. Can anyone hear me? Hello?
A painting of the New... It's a portrait. This door is locked. Don't touch. Don't touch. Looks. Upon close. It's President Carrington's stuffed pork.
Ouch!
It is silence. The stiff quills look especially sharp.
Ouch!
You'll have to take... You don't phone numbers. Don't you get judging? As with this store. Don't touch, don't. That's not upon close inspection. Don't touch. By touching the pages of the open book, you feel a moment. The book. By reading a few lines from the. By touching. Don't touch. That's not upon close. That's upon close. Having already removed the charcoal, you
Oh, Dr. Smith, I appreciate your help so much.
Well, I don't particularly appreciate giving it. I have things to do, Miss Delacroix. Important things.
But surely you can spare the time to help me move my desk, no?
Oh, I suppose. Why do you want to move it anyway?
Oh, there is a terrible stain on the rug. I don't want it to show. We don't have to move the desk very far.
All right. Oh, it's heavy. Oh!
Oh, I am so sorry. Did you hurt yourself?
Yes. Oh no, I'm bleeding. You owe me one, miss.
But of course, Mr. Smith. I'll do anything you say. Anything. Didn't I let you in when you asked? Didn't I keep your secret?
Yes, I suppose you did. And I'm sorry about bleeding on your carpet. At least it'll blend in with the old stain. What is that anyway?
Oh, it is only strawberry jam.
I'm sure I don't want to know, Yvette.
Probably not, Dr. Smith. Now, let's go to your place.
A scuffed wooden... An Art Deco rug. Yvette covered the rug with the desk because she hates the Art Deco style, even though it's very trendy right now. You pick it up and place it in your purse. This door... You don't... You hear... This door is locked. The corpse is wearing a black tuxedo jacket. At the moment it's a poor fit, especially around the neck. You search the pockets and find nothing but the usual lint. You decline to take the jacket with you since it apparently contains no clues and is skewered to the floor anyway. Your careful observation reveals that this is a rented tuxedo bearing the marks of repeated alterations. There is a stain above one pocket. A whiff reveals the strong, fresh scent of champagne. You search the left arm for clues but come up empty-handed. You find a large grease stain on the right sleeve. You give it a quick whiff and identify the scent of turkey hors d'oeuvres. Close inspection reveals that these rented tuxedo pants have been altered many times. There's a small mustard stain on one leg. Close inspection. How ironic. After untold millions of years, this pterodactyl has claimed a new victim, a male specimen of Homo sapiens, which has been pinned to the floor by the pterodactyl's monstrous beak. The pterodactyl is cold and lifeless, which is not unusual since it's been dead for millions of years. You don't suspect it died from foul play, but you never know. It is better, though it hardly seems appropriate. You marvel at the intricacy. Close inspection. You search the pocket. It's your... Rubbing the charcoal over the notepad has made the imprint. Rubbing the charcoal. The faceplate on the armor is slightly... Your close scrutiny reveals... The door is locked. When you touch... The card identifies the slab of... It's your...
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
It's a painting of a Spinosaur. It's a very big This head is French-Canadian. You wonder if French-Canadians are anything like Creole. This is the Life Mask exhibit. Ziggy is feeling a bit under the weather right now, perhaps because he's lost his voice and the rest of his body. In any case, he has nothing to say. Ziggy is feeling a bit under the weather. Oh no! That doesn't look like a life mask! You reach out sadly towards Ziggy's severed head, then draw away. He's clearly beyond all help. You reach out sad. It's Ziggy's head! It's Ziggy's head!
What is going on in here?
I'd say you've got some explaining to do, young lady. Why are you screaming?
I found Mr. Ziggy's head.
Very odd how you are always finding the bodies, Miss Bow. I think we should be going back to my office and interrogating you now.
Here now, Wolf. The young lady just found a man's head. Give her a moment before you get out your thumb screws then.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly.
Don't thank me, lass. I'm not saying you didn't kill the man. I'm just trying to restrain Mr. Heimlich's enthusiasm for his job.
But I will get results. Let me talk to her privately.
Now I realize you're just trying to help, Wolf, but I think we can learn what we need from the lass without harming her.
She could lie and you'd never know it. You Americans are too soft on your criminals.
I just walked in and found his head, that's all.
Well, Mr. Heimlich does have his point, lass. It's a wee bit curious that you keep showing up at the murder scenes before anyone else. How do you explain that, then?
Just lucky, I guess.
Well, you do seem a wee bit small to be sawing off a man's head, I'll say that much.
Thanks.
This Fräulein could have had help. Or maybe she's very clever.
Or maybe you're trying to pin the murders on her, so you can find the murderer and save your job, eh?
My job is quite secure, Herr O'Reilly.
Oh, really now? A security chief who allows burglars to steal the exhibits, then overlooks several murders happening under his nose. I'd think twice about your security methods if I was running things here.
This is hardly the place to discuss my methods, Herr O'Reilly. We have a suspect to interrogate.
Correction. We have a murder scene to investigate. We can talk to the lass later when she's had a chance to calm down.
Thank you again, sir.
You're a sturdy one, I'll say that much for you. One scream and you've got your head together again, so to speak. Just don't try to leave the museum.
I can't leave. I'm locked in.
Good. We won't have to worry about you then. All right, Wolf. We've got work to do. Let's go get the crime scene tools.
The red stain on the paper cutter blade could be red ink or blood. Perhaps the last person to use it had an accident?
Miss Bo, this is a private office.
Oh, well, I was just looking around. Have you seen this paper cutter? It looks like it has blood on the blade.
Blood? Oh, that's not blood. You got me all excited. It's probably just red ink. But if you're worried about Yvette, I just saw her on the way down to Ernie's office in the basement. She goes down there a lot for some reason.
Maybe she's fond of Ernie?
Yvette is very fond of everyone, my dear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
The clock appears to have been broken at exactly 12:04 a.m. It's the dead body of Archibald Carrington III. From the position of the corpse, you suspect foul play. You presume the dripping blood belongs to Carrington, since the porcupine was stuffed. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been. You get no well-timed... Dr. Carrington's head holds no clues that you can discover, except for the somewhat pained expression on his face. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in, allowing the head to move slightly on the neck when you poke at it. Don't touch it. Don't touch. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in, allowing you to move the fingers freely. Rigor mortis has not yet begun to set in. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch. Don't That's not... You touch the intercom. You touch when you press the button. When you press the...
These newfangled
Don't touch it. You don't... Carrington drooled a bit when he died, and his hair could have used a good wash to get all the grease out of it. You presume the dripping blood belongs to... It's the dead body of Archibald. The fingernails hold no clues, but the right index finger has blood on the end of it, although there are no cuts evident on the hand. Neither the fingernails nor the fingers hold any clues. It's the dead. There's blood. This door is locked. That's not... The letters C and P are carefully written in blood on the desk, as if they were put there. Don't touch it. You see two... Don't, when you touch, feels the white. When you touch, this feels like a paint.
Well, well. Good evening, Countess.
What are you doing here?
I just happened to be hiding behind the tapestry.
You're lying.
How could you tell?
Nobody just happens to hide behind a museum tapestry.
And nobody just walks around inside a museum late at night with paintings under their arms.
Paintings? Oh, you mean these paintings? I just found them laying around on the floor and I picked them up so no one would step on them.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Are you accusing me of something, you silly girl?
What do you think?
I think you're a rude girl who needs to learn some manners. The nerve going around accusing people of stealing paintings.
Did I say anything about you stealing them?
Well, of course you did. Don't try to trick me, girl. I've got more tricks than you have brain cells.
One thing I have to ask myself is, why did you bring those paintings to a meeting with Dr. Carrington this time of night?
How did you know I was meeting Dr. Carrington?
I found a note beside his body.
His body? You talk about him like he was dead.
Yes, he is. Dead as a doorknob. You didn't know about it?
You're trying to trick me again. Dr. Carrington is alive and well and working in his office.
Well, you're right about him being in his office, but he's quite dead, I assure you.
Oh, my God!
And you seem to be a logical murder suspect.
Wait a second. You're not going to pin this one on me. I didn't have anything to do with it. Why would I want to kill him? We've got a perfectly good art burglary scheme going.
Art burglary?
I think I said too much.
If you're trying to convince me that you're not the murderer, you're not doing a very good job of it.
What do I care what you think anyway? You're not a cop.
But I am a reporter, and I could write about you in the newspaper. Of course, your reputation would be ruined, and the police would get very interested in you. But you're tough, so I'm sure you could handle it.
Look, it was just a little deal I worked out with Dr. Carrington. An art forger duplicates the paintings on the wall of the gallery. Then we hang them up in place of the real ones, which we sell to private collectors.
Didn't you think someone would catch on after a while?
Are you kidding? That's the beauty of the plan. When we had replaced all the paintings, we were going to slash them and make it look like someone vandalized the real paintings. No one would ever think we'd go to the trouble of forging paintings just to destroy them. And Carrington is here to see that no one gets too nosy.
You mean he was here?
I swear I didn't have anything to do with his death. He was my cash cow. I brought him over from Europe just for this reason. Now that's it. I'm not saying any more about it.
I saw an interesting diary in Carrington's wall safe. It belonged to Sterling Waldorf Carlton, your former husband.
My dear Sterling's diary. What did you do with it?
Well, I left it in the safe for the police to find.
You didn't read it, did you?
Yes, actually I did. It had some interesting things to say about you.
Lies! All lies! I loved that man. I still love him, despite what he did to his will. Dear Sterling made me a rich woman, or he's going to as soon as the will problems are cleared up.
Sterling seemed to think you wanted to kill him for his money.
Lies! Nonsense! Lies!
Apparently Yvette is afraid of you too. Sterling mentioned her as well.
Yvette! That little trollop! So that's who he was seeing behind my back. She must be the one who made him start changing his will.
I don't know. I just know what I read in his diary.
Oh! I'm starting to feel faint.
Perhaps you should lie down somewhere and compose yourself. We'll talk more later.
Yes, good idea.
And don't try to leave the museum tonight. I'm sure Detective O'Reilly would be interested in hearing what I know about you.
I'm sure he would, dear girl. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll talk some more. I don't feel like talking about that now.
The fingernails hold no clue. It's the dead. Rigor mortis is not. You touch. You hear only. You hear. You touch. You touch. You hear. You touch when you press the button. You touch. You touch when you press. You touch when you press. The room feels. Don't touch. That's not the. That's upon. That's not. That's upon close. While the topics of these books interest. While the upon close. That's upon. Don't touch. Don't. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of medieval weaponry. This bookshelf is dedicated to the topic of museum security, including such books as Criminals Among Us. These are books on Joe Bob's Weapons of the World for 1926, the complete set of books. This bookshelf is dedicated to a complete collection of This bookshelf is dedicated to the top. While the topics of these books interest you, upon close inspection you see nothing new here. While the topics of these don't touch it. Even the dust in this room seems to be precisely arranged in size order and in neat rows. Upon close inspection, you see you don't.
Something I can do for you, Miss Bow?
Mr. Leech, can you let me out of this museum? I don't like it in here. People keep dying.
Sorry, Miss Bow. I seem to have lost my door keys.
Oh, I find that very disturbing.
Me too. I can't even let myself out of the building. We're all staying here until I find those keys. I don't have much use for carbon paper. You might ask that Ramses fella.
Mr. Leech, can you...
Sorry.
Oh.
Me too. I'm sorry, Miss Bow, but I'm kind of busy right now. Is there something I can help you with? If not, I've got work to do. Miss Bow, I've got a lot of problems right now. Please leave me alone.
This door. A full bottle of Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake oil. You pick it up and place it in your purse. This trunk is locked. While this is, don't touch it. A slab of meat which smells ripe, veins of rancid fat forming abscesses that ooze copious amounts of pus run through the decomposed cut of beef. Yum, just like Mom used to make. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It's Olympia's ferret, Daisy. Daisy will furiously flash across the floor on fleet ferret feet if... While
No thanks.
You have no use for a sack of plaster. The cabinet is empty. Best to leave them alone. Under close scrutiny, you find that the shelf... It's too high up for you to examine with a magnifying glass, but fortunately there's nothing to... You find plenty of scratches, dents, and gouges. You examine the tools closely for such giveaways as bone fragments or clumps of human... The tools are meant for esoteric activities such as gutting thick... None of the equipment... This trunk is locked. These boxes... Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be a mammologist? This trunk is... You examine the shelf minutely, but you see nothing out of the ordinary. The trunk has a name tag identifying it as part of Carrington's personal luggage. Beside it is another sticker emblazoned with the logo Andrea Doria. Vat 7. Whatever is in this vat, it's huge with a long neck. The liquid is too murky to see more. Vat 14. There's a vaguely humanoid shape floating in the murky liquid. After staring through the glass for a while, you see what appears to be white hair, or perhaps it's a large jellyfish. Vat 5. A large. Vat 4. A bulky creature with a huge head is floating in the vat. Vat 2. Peering through the glass, you see a turtle floating nearby in the... Vat 1. Small marsupial. Vat 6. Small furry creatures about the size of the average dog, colored black. Vat 7. Whatever is in this vat, it's huge with a long... Vat 8. A thick body with 2 long bird-like legs and a long neck ending in a small... Vat 9. Tiny furry creatures, too cute for words, are floating in the murky liquid. There are so many of them in here that their individual shapes merge together into one massive fur ball. Vat 10. Vat 14. Vat 13. Indistinct shapes are floating in the murky liquid. None of the creatures... Vat 12. Vat 11. Something odd is floating in the murky liquid. It appears to be half man and... A wooden workbench loaded with many empty glass containers. Dust comes... Yes, that's definite. The strong smell of the oily liquid reminds you of... The liquid in the container feels oily. A full bottle of Dr. Moribund. Could it be? Yes. It's heavy. It's shiny. It's real gold. It's got a sharp point at one end. It's the Dagger of Amon Ra. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Boy, the alcohol fumes sure are strong in here.
Something I can do for you? I'm sorry, Miss Bow, but I'm kind of... Miss Bow,
Fräulein Bow, this laboratory is dangerous and verboten to the public. You will leave now!
While this is an interesting...
Never point a weapon at me, Fräulein Bow. Not even a toy like that. My highly trained reflexes could kill you in 3 seconds if I wanted to. 3 seconds! And I am considering doing that right now!
And
What a suspicious looking...
You have no practical A Ruhmkorff coil lantern with a hand Don't touch it. Looks are... That's not the sort... Don't... The glass on the clock face appears to have been smashed during a struggle. Whether it was a struggle to wind the clock or a struggle for Carrington's life, it's hard to say for certain. Don't touch... You touch... You hear only... You hear only... You hear... You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch... When you press the... You... When you press... You touch... You touch... When you press the... One of the skeletons in the Bosch paint, the glint. Inspecting the painting carefully, you note the bloody quality. The skeleton key is firmly affixed to the Bosch painting with glue. You are unable to pry it off with your fingers, managing only to chip one of your fingernails. Inspecting the painting carefully, while this is an while this is while this you don't. This curious device is a lasso at the end of a pole used for the humane capture of snakes in the wild, or wild snakes, or something like that. You pick it up and place it in your purse. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Best to leave this room. Upon closer, that's Current fat contents, Alcoholic Preservation Lab. 1. Koala bears. 2. Turtles. 3. Snakes. 4. Hippo. 5. Ground sloth. 6. Skunks. 7. Loch Ness Monster. 8. Ostrich. 9. Lemmings. 10. Unicorn. 11. Creature from the Black Lagoon. 12. Rats. 13. Warthogs. 14. King Edward of Daventry. Current. Don't touch. Current fact. Upon close. Upon. Don't touch it.
This is a private office, Miss Bow. Please leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Leach.
That 3. While the You poke around among the mass of dead turtles floating in the van. Boy, the alcohol. While this is an interesting. While that 3. Poking around among the mass of dead snakes. Boy, the While this, the glint, the oil paint, a typical, feels like you get the oil, the oil, the oil. While this is, while this. With careful use of the wire cutters, you manage to remove the skeleton key without damaging the Bosch painting.
Oh!
A skeleton lies in the trunk, its bones picked clean by the domestic beetles. They've efficiently removed every last shred of flesh, making the skeleton nearly impossible to identify. It appears to be a gold pocket watch. A close look reveals an inscription on the watch. To Dr. Archibald Carrington III for your years of dedicated service, many thanks from your staff at the British Museum. A close look reveals. You pick it up and place it in your purse. It looks like the third, fourth, and fifth cervical vertebrae have been twisted. This indicates a fairly violent strangulation. Other than that, there are no abnormalities that catch your eye. A skeleton lies in the trunk, its bones picked clean by the domestic beetle. You have no reason or the slightest desire to touch this skeleton. You get no questions are a bird. It looks like the it looks like there is no need. It's you, Laura Bow, fresh out of college, and you see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensive.
I beg your pardon, Countess?
Here now, where did you get your mitts on that? Answer me! I really don't think that belongs to you, Miss Bow. I suggest you give it to me for safekeeping.
No, I don't believe I can do that, Countess.
Miss Bow, I said... Oh, I suppose you're right.
Are you always this upset by pocket watches, Countess?
Why, yes, dear girl. I've always had a dreadful fear of them.
Do you know anything about the circumstances of Ziggy's death?
Ziggy's... No, I'm afraid I don't know a thing about that dreadful little man.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
You lied to me.
Well, lass, I guess that makes us even. You lied to me.
You had something to do with the Dagger burglary.
You've been sleeping with someone else. I saw you go off with that dock worker.
I've never slept with Steve, and the Ziggy fellow, he told me about you and the Dagger.
And you believed that little weasel. I've arrested the man more times than I can count.
The Ziggy, I know him a long time. He would not lie to me.
That man'd lie to his own mother if someone paid him for it.
Ziggy, he says you were working with the Carrington to steal the Dagger.
Lies! You can't be trusting the man. If he wasn't already dead, I'd pound the truth out of him.
Maybe you already did.
Were you sleeping with the little rat then?
Of course not.
You really surprise me, lass. I'd think you grew up on the streets accusing me of burglary like that.
Where I grew up doesn't matter, does it? The important thing is... Wait, did you hear something at the door?
Yeah, I was hearing it too. Keep your voice down then.
This door... While this is, while this is, while this, while this is, you're in the pterodactyl portion of the dinosaur. Don't touch it. A pair of heavy... Even up close, the museum room exudes an... While this... You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Wolfie, your facial scars are so wonderful. How did you get them?
Fencing, my strudel. As a young man, I would fence with my Heidelberg friends. We would stop our opponent's saber just before it went through our faces, which would make the scars you see now.
Ah, that is very interesting. You did not use masks to protect your faces?
Nein. That would have been considered unmanly.
You'll have to show me how to do that sometime.
There are many things I can show you, my strudel.
Perhaps we should go somewhere less public, Wolfie.
Oh yeah, good idea. Particularly since there's an annoying reporter wandering around the museum. That is not something I would have allowed if I was running things here.
Give it time, Wolfie. Perhaps you will be running things here someday, if I have anything to say about it.
Oh? What can you do?
There are ways, but come, let us speak of these things in more privacy.
The faceplate. Jeepers, Laura, not in front of witnesses. There was your close scrutiny. The Jeep. The steel. Up close, the suit of a peek into the mummy case reveals the door is locked. This door, this a severe, conservative, middle-aged woman with an intelligent look in her. A small sign identifies this dinosaur. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The fabric of the shirt appears to be clinging somewhat to Ernie's chest.
It's unfortunate that Ernie died, but his body is nicely displayed on that mastodon, don't you think? Makes quite a nice exhibit, actually.
It is better to know. The suspenders are damp but intact and reek of alcohol or something similarly chemical. You pick it up and place it in your purse. You examine Ernie's head carefully, searching for contusions, bruises, or other evidence of foul play. You see little, but you do notice a faint odor, not immediately identifiable. The leather of Ernie's shoes are soaked through and through. The scent is an overpowering mixture of sweat, shoe polish, and alcohol. The pants are intact, but the smell emanating from them is noticeable. It's as if he took a swim in bathtub gin. You examine Ernie's head carefully, searching for... Despite Ernie's right arm, you consider doing the traditional thing and closing Ernie's eyes, but decide that perhaps it's better not to tamper with his body, which, though this may seem cold, is evidence of murder.
Ach, you are smelling like the brewery, mein Capitan. Either you've been drinking, or you've been eating too many of those grapes.
Sure and begorra. A man needs a little nip from his flask now and then, doesn't he?
Personally, I do not require the drinking of the alcohol. It would impair my mental and physical skills.
Ernie Leach has been murdered!
What was that, lass?
Ernie is dead!
So, you've finally come to us to confess, is that it?
Confess? No! I'm reporting a murder!
And you was the first one to find the body again?
Well, I guess so.
Quite a coincidence, Fräulein. I think we should be interrogating you to learn the truth! I've had enough of your lies!
Calm down, Heimlich. If there's any interrogating to be done, I'll be the one who does it. Now then, lass, where did you find the body?
The mastodon room. He's hanging from some mastodon tusks.
Ach, he's probably just sleeping on the job.
No, I'm sure he's dead.
Well, I'll go take a look at him then. If I need to talk to you, I'll find you later.
Excellent work. Your father would be proud of you. You don't hear. My Ernie, he was a wonderful man. I really loved him.
Oh, sure you did. I know your type, Yvette. I know you didn't really love him.
But I did. Ernie was the first man I've ever really loved. I was even trying to find work for him so he could make the extra money.
Why did he need extra money? He had a good job here, didn't he?
It was the gambling. The ice pick. He killed my Ernie for the gambling debts.
Ernie wasn't killed with an ice pick.
No, the ice pick is the... how do you say it? The lone fish.
Lone fish? Oh, you mean ice pick is the name of a lone shark?
Oui, the ice pick is an evil man.
You're sure he's the one who killed Ernie?
My Ernie, he was worried about the ice pick. He told me about him this evening.
Very curious. I'm surprised you had time to see Ernie tonight.
Why is that?
Because you've been spending so much time with Mr. Dorian.
Oh, you mean the Steve? He is the attractive man, but we are only the friends, no? But my Ernie, what will I do without him?
I can see you're upset. I'll leave you alone. Steve! Mr. Dorian.
Miss Bow.
Thank you for showing me your scars, Steve. They were very, very nice.
Haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Dorian.
Well, women keep carrying me off.
Carrying you off?
Yeah. First, Miss Delacroix pulled me away from the party to show me the old master's gallery. Then there was Dr. Miklos. She's been pestering me about my scars ever since she found out I worked on the docks. Weird lady.
You don't seem too upset by all the attention.
Well, I would rather have spent the time with you.
I'd think a big, strong man like you would have been able to get away from them if you wanted to do so.
Well, I hate to be rude, and I did end up finding you here.
Have you heard about the murders?
Murders? Oh, I guess somebody did mention that.
You seem kind of distracted.
Yeah, well, I've got news for you, too. I think some of the paintings in the Old Masters Gallery are forgeries. The paint is still wet on some of them.
Yes, well, I hardly think that...
Oh, Steve, a terrible thing has happened. Ernie is dead.
Ernie?
Yes, my Ernie. What will I do? Oh, I need a big man to cry on. Please, come into my office.
Sorry, Miss Bow. The poor woman seems very upset. Maybe there's something I can do for her.
I can just guess what that is.
We can talk more later, okay?
We'll see about that.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office.
Ooh la la.
How does that feel?
It is magnifique.
I'm not rubbing too hard, am I?
The harder the better, mon ami.
Well, we all get a little stiff now and then.
Ooh, and you are so good at working out the kinks.
Would you mind not moaning so loud? You might draw attention.
Ooh, I cannot be helping it. You are so big and so strong.
Oh my.
Oh, dear!
Miss Bow,
Sacré bleu.
I can explain this.
I bet you can, Mr. Dorian.
I'm just rubbing her neck.
Oui, and he does it so well.
I'll just leave you two alone.
Miss Bow, wait!
You don't need to type anything. It's a waste basket. It's on the floor, but it's actually a desk lamp. Don't touch it. It's a petite... You pick it up. A close look seems to indicate that the red hairs belong to a... Feels like red hair. Feels like... It looks like a piece of fabric torn from Yvette's dress. You don't need it. Leave it here for the police. You hear only you touch, you hear only when you press the button, when you press the button, all you hear is static. Nice watercolor brush. The typewriter keys hold fingerprints that probably belong to Yvette. You don't. Assorted garbage fills the wastebasket. Pencil shavings, torn typing paper. Don't touch it, don't touch it. Assorted. It feels like a wood. The chair is made of wood. And upon that's not the the marvelous thrusting brushwork. Nice needlepoint stitchery with some dust stuck to it. Don't touch it. The subject of this the sculpture gives the odd statue feels like it's made of cheap. The odd there was the sculpture gives off definitely red hair. You pick it up and place it in your purse. There appears to be a fingerprint on one of the lenses of the bifocals, although you have no way to identify it. You pick it up and place it in your purse. Yvette's face feels stiff from rigor mortis. A bit of plaster dust comes off on your finger when you touch her cold skin. There is plaster in all of the openings on Yvette's face. Mouth, nostrils, eyes, ears. She has several scratches on her face, as well as nice weave in the hardened fabric of the dress. The scarf around Yvette's neck feels silky where it's not covered with plaster. The fabric, don't touch it. Yvette.
Countess, why are you tied up on my desk? Your face has certainly changed to an attractive pale color, my dear. You seem a little under the weather. Are you okay? Oh dear, you don't look well at all.
O'Reilly!
You want Mr. O'Reilly? Okay, just wait right here and I'll go get him. Hello, Miss Bo. Do you know where Mr. O'Reilly is?
Well, no, not exactly. I assume he's still in the museum.
Well, I'll find him. If you see him first, would you tell him that the Countess is dying on the desk in my office?
The Countess is dying? What's wrong with her?
Well, she's looking rather pale. Her eyes are glazed, and she's not breathing much. I'd guessed she'd been bitten by a snake.
By a snake?
Must you keep repeating everything I say? In any case, I've got to go now.
Well-timed silence. It is...
Oh!
A little bunch of grapes. Chilled, you remember something about grapes being found alongside the victims of Jack the Ripper. You pick it up and place it in your purse. The intercom has fallen on the floor. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't... You pick it up and... Her bloodshot eyes are open and staring into infinity. Her lips have a bluish tint. There are no signs of violence on or around her face or head. Don't touch it. Don't touch. Don't touch. Her bloodshot... Her fingernails are clean and her finger... You detect a trickle of what could prove to be cobra venom. You deem it wise not to touch it when you remember that it's a neurotoxin that causes progressive... Not a good idea. while this the hall. So far, so good. Keep it up.
Welcome to the Leyendecker Museum Dinosaur Display. My name is Rex, and I'd like to tell you about myself. I'm a type of dinosaur known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, although I was...
The door is locked. You don't want to... You hear the sound of someone breaking down a door in the next room. Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been. You pick it up and play. It's a mummy from the Ptolemaic period. It's a mummy from... Don't touch it. You don't... The lid won't... Don't touch it. Don't Don't touch it. Upon close... Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been. The lid won't open. Don't touch it. You don't know. Don't touch. Don't touch. The king's cartouche. Ami's the first mummy case. A prayer to the rat goddess has been thought upon That's not strange. The funeral portrait on the mummy case somewhat resembles. Don't. Strain upon that's you find only filaments of old gauze upon the designs on the mummy case are predominantly images of don't the lid won't open. While this is an interesting approach, it's the lid won't while this it's a mummy from the Ptolemaic. Don't touch it. The lid won't open. While the snake shifts. While this is you hear ominous chanting as you encounter a strange ceremony.
Oh my goodness! Excuse me, I was looking for the women's lounge?
You're coming with us, young lady.
I think you're making a mistake.
You've seen too much. We can't let you go.
Not to worry. I won't remember seeing this room, or you, or anything. Really. I've got a terrible memory. Can't even remember my own name half the time.
I'm sorry you found us. Our cult of Amon Ra must remain a secret. There is too much at stake here. Too many important people are involved.
Cult of Amon Ra? In the museum basement?
This room is a forgotten part of the original museum. We are safe here, as long as no outsiders are aware of our existence.
Oh, well, my lips are sealed. If you want to dance and sing and have little meetings down here, that's your business.
You cannot be trusted, Miss Bow. You're a newspaper reporter. We could be a featured article on page 1 of tomorrow's newspaper if we let you go.
But people are going to miss me. They'll search the museum.
The police will never find this room or your body.
You don't really plan to kill me, do you?
Of course not.
What a relief.
Kill is such an ugly word. Actually, we're going to sacrifice you to Amon Ra.
Can we talk about this?
There is nothing to discuss. You should be proud to die in such an honorable fashion. Young Egyptian maidens used to fight for the privilege of being sacrificed to the great Amon Ra.
Now wait a minute. I thought the ancient Egyptians didn't make human sacrifices.
You're familiar with the history of ancient Egypt, Miss Bow?
Well, I've learned a few things.
Perhaps we could test you.
Do I have any other options?
We can test you or sacrifice you. It's your choice.
I'm liking this idea more and more. What kind of a test is it?
Amon Ra may choose to intervene on your behalf. It is our tradition that we must let you live if you can answer Amon Ra's riddle.
Great.
Of course, you'll have to answer the riddle with hieroglyphics.
I was afraid it would be something like that. Okay, what's the riddle?
Actually, it's a two-part riddle. What is the room you leave without entering? That's correct. Now, the second riddle. What is the room you enter without leaving? Very impressive. You're the first person who ever answered that riddle correctly. The wise Amon Ra apparently wants us to spare your life. Will you swear to keep our location a secret?
Of course.
Then you may leave. May the great Amon Ra guide your footsteps.
Thank you. Now I just have to outrun the person who's been chasing me.
Who is chasing you? Do you think they'll find their way in here?
I'm not sure who it is, but I believe it's the same person who stole the Dagger of Amon Ra from its display case. And I'm sure they'll find their way in here.
If that is true, they will not leave this room alive. I suggest you leave through our secret escape route behind the altar. Go now, and remember your promise.
Steve, being the large, unconscious type stevedore he is immovable in his current unconscious state, and he's got coal all over his body. Don't. It's too heavy. You don't have room for it in your purse. It's not yours. You can't do anything with the shovel. You have more important things to do than use the shovel. Besides, the shovel is rusted into place. Steve, being the Steve, you get no risk. You pick it up.
Oh, my head. What happened? Laura?
Yes, Steve. I was so worried about you. Are you all right?
I think so. I remember hearing somebody coming up behind me, and as I turned around, somebody slugged me. Cripes, my head hurts.
They must have dumped you down the coal chute. Let me see where you were hit.
I'm all right. Don't touch it.
Honestly, you men can be such crybabies. Do you think you can walk? We have to get out of here. Somebody's been murdering everybody in this museum, and whoever it is after me.
I can make it. I'm with you. Where do we go?
Good question.
Let's concentrate on getting out of here, Laura. It's a little late to start asking questions.
This door is locked. This isn't a good... A bottle of Dr. A bottle of That's not... You hear the sound of gunfire from the direction of the furnace room.
Sounds like someone's chasing us, Laura.
The rats devour the cheese in a split second. It only made them hungrier. You hear the sound of...
Sounds like...
You watch in relief as the last of the rats scurries away. You faintly hear soft plops like bread dough hitting the floor coming from the doorway. You hear the sound of...
Sounds...
You watch in relief as the last of the rats... The door... With a little more effort, You'll be the best investigative reporter Tulane ever graduated.
Thank you for coming to this inquest, Miss Bow. As the coroner on this case, I'm going to informally question you and study the evidence you've collected. If you assist me in developing a case, the perpetrators will be tried in the formal court of law. We're primarily concerned with the museum murders, but we're also interested in the theft of the Dagger of Amon Ra and other matters that may have a bearing on this case. My examination of the corpses has been fruitful, but I need more evidence to build a case. Any information you can give us would help, but you must justify your conclusions with the evidence you've acquired. False accusations and unsupported conclusions will not be tolerated. Although I don't wish to pressure you, your employer is also here to judge your performance on this investigation. Since this is an informal proceeding, I've allowed it on the basis that your newspaper will cooperate with our wishes. Now, to the questions. Who murdered Dr. Pippin Carter? Who murdered Lawrence Ziggy Ziegfeld? Who murdered Ernie Leach? Who murdered Yvette Delacroix? Who murdered Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carleton? Who was the skeleton found in the steamer trunk? Who murdered Dr. Archibald Carrington? Who impersonated Dr. Archibald Carrington? Who murdered Watney Little? Who actually stole the Dagger of Amon Ra from the Ancient Egypt exhibit? Who manipulated Watney Little into stealing the Dagger of Amon Ra? Who was the woman involved in stealing paintings from the Old Masters Gallery? Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who was the man involved in stealing paintings from the Old Masters Gallery? Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who was the middleman who provided forged paintings for the Countess and sold the real ones for her? Based on what we now know, your assumption is correct, Miss Bow. Good work. Who is the high priest of the Amon Ra sun worshippers? That's correct, Miss Bow. You're very observant. Which museum employee runs a fencing operation as a sideline business? That assumption is correct. Mr. Leach was moonlighting with his own business as a fence installer. In fact, he put up a very nice fence around my house.
I have one final piece of evidence to present, Mr. Coroner. I have an eyewitness who would only feel safe to come forth if I established my case against Mr. O'Reilly. Now that I've done so, let me introduce Dr. Ptah Shep Tut Smith of the Cairo Museum.
Mr. Smith's testimony is safe with us.
Many thanks. I was in the Egyptian ceremonial room, underneath the museum, when Detective O'Reilly killed 2 of my fellow sun worshippers. I saw with my own eyes how he gunned them down without mercy when they tried to stop him from chasing Miss Bow. However, we only managed to slow him down. His hood fell back briefly, revealing his evil face to us as he slaughtered our people. That son of a camel should not be allowed to run free upon the sands.
Will you testify in court to what you witnessed, Mr. Smith?
Happily, sir. My dead fellows expect their revenge, although Amon Ra will certainly destroy O'Reilly's car when he journeys through the underworld.
I'm not qualified to give my opinion on Mr. O'Reilly's spirit in the next world, Mr. Smith, but I'm sure your testimony will help your dead friends sleep peacefully. Thank you for coming forth. I must admit that I'm impressed by your methods, Miss Bow. Not only have you identified the murderers of those unfortunate individuals, but you have also uncovered the skullduggery involving the Dagger of Amon Ra. Our case is very strong now and prosecution can begin. The New York Police Department owes you a debt of gratitude for your assistance in apprehending these malefactors. I'm sure that a commendation of valor from the police department is in order. Thank you for your help.
It's all that lousy reporter's fault. Damned interfering Laura Bow. Thinks she can get away with squealing on me, does she? Well, she's got another thing coming. Do you hear me, Laura Bow? You'll pay for this. If it's the last thing I ever do!
Thank you for waiting, Laura.
I didn't mind, Steve.
Laura,
Yes?
would you mind... do you suppose... Laura, could you close your eyes? I have something for you.
Oh, I suppose so. Oh, Steve!
Do you like it?
Steve, how could you? How could you have stolen the dagger?
I didn't steal the dagger, Laura. I bought this copy for you at the museum gift shop. I thought you might like a memento of your big night at the Leyendecker Museum.
Oh, thank you, Steve. I'm so embarrassed.
You're beautiful when you blush. Laura,
Yes, Steve?
would you consider joining me for dinner this coming Saturday?
Well, I'm not sure if I don't know if I should really... Yes. Yes, I'd be delighted to join you for dinner.
Thank you, Laura. You've made me very happy.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, Laura.
Oh, Steve.
Since his skeleton was so nicely cleaned by the domestic beetles, Dr. Carrington's bones will soon be hanging on display in the Leyendecker Museum. Yvette Delacroix died plastered. Her remarkably lifelike statue now lives on in the Old Masters Gallery of the Leyendecker Museum. Her memory lives on in the minds of all she touched. Her sculpture is attributed to Ryan O'Reilly, 1926. Pleased by your success at finding his Dagger of Amon Ra and his murderer, Dr. Pippin Carter now rests in peace. Pippin Carter's body was transported to Egypt by his cousin and now occupies a place of archaeological honor in the Temple of Amon Ra in the Valley of the Kings. Due to your success at recovering the Dagger of Amon Ra and finding the murderer, Wolf Heimlich continued as Chief of Security at the Leyendecker Museum. 2 months later, he was married to Dr. Olympia Miklos. 2 years after they were married, Wolf and Olympia had a child they named Morgana Wolf Heimlich. Having died in the course of this story, Watney Little's life of crime came to an abrupt end. As he was not a nice man, nobody missed him. Due to your success at recovering the Dagger of Amon Ra and finding the murderer, Dr. Olympia Miklos married Wolf Heimlich, who continued as Chief of Security at the Leyendecker Museum. 2 years after they were married, Wolf and Olympia had a child they named Morgana Wolf Heimlich. As fond as he was of the Leyendecker, Ernie Leach noted in his will that he wanted his body donated to the museum. His body now resides in numerous small jars of alcohol, which will be placed on display in the new Hall of Internal Biology, adjacent to the Hall of Late Mammals. Dr. Patasheptut Tut Smith finally gave up on getting the Dagger of Amon Ra returned to Egypt. However, once it completed its US and European museum tours, it was returned to the Cairo Museum anyway. So, several years later, Tut died a happy man, even though his death was the result of an Egyptian cobra bite. After losing his head in the museum, Ziggy found himself unable to continue his criminal career. His head has been preserved and is now on display in the Life Mask exhibit at the Leyendecker Museum. Ramses Najir continued his successful career as an accountant and as head of the secret Egyptian cult of Amon Ra. With his strong high society ties, his accounting business made Ramses a millionaire in 15 years. Having died from a snake bite, the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton did not live long enough to inherit any money from her last husband, Sterling. Thoroughly impressed by your success as a reporter, your editor, Sam Augustini, nominated you for a Pulitzer Prize and was present when you received your Citation of Valor from the police department. Sam retired 10 years later to become a gentleman cabbage farmer, fulfilling a secret lifelong dream. Pleased at your success, Crodfoller T. Rhubarb was happy to become your assistant at the New York Daily Register News Tribune. Henri Lemore, the coroner, continued his successful career studying dead bodies for the next 50 years, finally retiring in 1976 to tour with a rock band, the Ungrateful Dead. Low Fat continued in the laundry business, eventually opening a chain of low-fat Chinese laundries across the country and becoming a millionaire in the process. Former Detective Ryan Hanrahan O'Reilly was sentenced to 60 years in a state penitentiary. Having been a cop, O'Reilly found it hard to make friends in prison. After your successful completion of the museum assignment, you started dating Steve Dorian. Thrilled with your success, John Bow spent the rest of his life telling people what a wonderful daughter you were and how he had taught you everything you knew about criminology. After your recovery of the Dagger of Amon Ra, it went back on display at the Leyendecker Museum. The large amount of press coverage drew many patrons to the museum to see the dagger. After 2 years on display at the Leyendecker, the dagger exhibit continued on a tour of museums in the United States, Europe, and finally found its way back to the Cairo Museum in Egypt.
Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and comment on this video, and click subscribe if you haven't already, as this seriously helps me to keep making great content for you. And check the description of this video to see what song is playing right now.